Chapter 484. Coward sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy had been waiting for him all along. Moreover, he had even given him his ID. There was no doubt that they knew enough. Cowhood retreated step by step. What do you want? Fighting is forbidden in the city of exiles. Old dog, don't lie to yourself. Is there anyone around you? Cowherd hurriedly looked around. This area was close to the south gate, but there was not a single soldier. Not to mention soldiers, there was not even a single player. There's only you and me here. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. Tell me, where is the treasure map? Cowherd knew that there was no way out. He pulled out his longbow and stared at the other party. You want the treasure map? Dream on. Very good. I like stubborn people like you. That's more challenging. The other party's figure flashed and appeared in front of Cowherd. At the same time, 2 daggers appeared in his hands. I'll let you have a taste of what it means to be killed instantly. Ghost martial dual daggers dismember beside the ruins of the pavilion. Only the marshal was left of the 300 celestial demon soldiers. The celestial demon marshal panted heavily and looked at the human in front of him in disbelief. He had used ghostly layers and 9 dragons to destroy the world with his heavily injured body. His injuries had worsened again. At this moment, he was holding onto the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment with one hand. His body swayed slightly in the wind, and blood gushed out from under his mask. However, the celestial demon marshal's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at this half-dead guy. It's the Geotian Destroyer. That's the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment in your hands. Liu Chan forced himself to breathe. As expected of the marshal, you're quite knowledgeable to recognize my weapon. The owner of the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. That means you're the human who broke through the heavenly punishment tower that day. Thinking about it, I should have known. The more the celestial demon marshal thought about it, the more shocked he became. That day, rumor had it that the solipsistic was in a very bad state. He even lost an arm. He forced himself to use 9 dragons to destroy the world, which worsened his injuries. I just didn't expect that you still hadn't fully recovered after so long. Ha! The heavens are helping me. Today I, Tian Min, have met you. The heavenly devil's ID was Tian Min. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. His eyes gradually glowed red. Liu Chun leaned against the 9 dragon pillar and raised his head with difficulty. He looked at the heavenly demon marshal with contempt. So what if it's me? I can still take your life. The heavenly demon general snorted coldly. You were able to pass through the heaven punishment tower. I admit that your strength is astonishing. If you were in your complete state, I wouldn't be your opponent. But look at you now. Your body has suffered more than 75% damage. Most of your skills can no longer be used. You only have a quarter of your HP left. Although I don't know what kind of skill demonic transformation is, after watching you fight just now, I can tell that you have a passive. The lower your HP ratio, the faster your attack speed, the higher your attack damage, and the shorter your skill cooldown. However, after your HP has dropped to 2,600,000, the impact on you is too great. You don't dare to keep your HP too low. Back then, tens of millions of human soldiers wanted to kill you for your treasures in front of the Heaven Punishment Tower. They thought that you would be at your weakest when you just passed the Heaven Punishment Tower. That would be the best time to attack. But even then, you escaped. But who would have thought that I would meet you today in an even worse state? Solipsistic, it's not me who wants to destroy you. It's the heavens who want to destroy you. Ha ha! After the heavenly demon marshal finished speaking, his body suddenly doubled in size. Scales grew all over his body, covering his entire body. His red eyes emitted red mist, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear was more than 5 meters long, and it emitted a black aura that struck fear in people's hearts. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary weapon. Immortal Marshal. Liu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It's good that you know. You're not the only one who could transform. I will use my black fiend demonic spear to destroy your 9 dragon pillar of heavenly punishment. Today, I'll take your life and your treasures. Heavenly demon Godslayer spear, Godslayer spear. Suddenly, The Sky Destroyer turned into a black gas. This was not a metaphor. That guy and the spear almost merged into one, turning into a sharp black gas that shot towards Luchun. I'm going to kill you in one shot. Today I, Tian Min, will make a name for myself in the third heaven. Go to hell. Tian Min was using the heavenly demon Godslayer spear's strongest attack. It seemed that he really wanted to kill Luchun in one shot. Luchun panted heavily. His severe injuries had left him in a terrible state, and the pain all over his body was almost suffocating him. He had finally recovered, only to be ambushed by a villain and run into a heavenly demon elite. Although the heavenly demon squad hadn't hurt him, the key problem was that every time he attacked, his physical body would be damaged even more. He had injured 500 enemies, but he had lost 1,000 of his own. Tian Min was right. Lu Chen's cultivation technique's special effects were almost useless. There seemed to be only one outcome waiting for him. However, at that moment, Lu Chen laughed in the face of his opponent's fatal attack. I've always said that the heavenly demons are smart. It seems that you've really disappointed me. Tian Min's heart skipped a beat. Was that guy bluffing, or did he really have something up his sleeve? Heavenly Might Chess Formation, Lu Chan said in a weak voice. If you want to kill me, you'll have to break this formation first. I still have things to do, so I won't play with you anymore. At that moment, Tian Min suddenly realized that the solipsistic opposite him had suddenly disappeared. His Godslayer spear had lost its target. Immediately after, the surroundings changed drastically. A huge chessboard rose from beneath his feet. There were black and white chess pieces on the board, and they quickly transformed into human figures. This is a formation? What did he set it up? Formations were powerful, but many of them had to be set up beforehand. For example, a formation like the Heavenly Might Chess Formation that could confuse a heavenly demon marshal like him was definitely not something that could be set up so easily. So the question was, how did the solipsistic have the time to set up this formation? The black and white chess pieces around him transformed into 300 human soldiers. As the only enemy in the chessboard, Tian Min had obviously become the chessboard's target. The 300 soldiers shouted in unison, Heavenly Might Killing Formation. Then they quickly changed their positions and surrounded Tian Min. This is a formation within a formation. Tian Min's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It seemed that the Heavenly Might Chess Formation was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Whether or not he could get out was another matter, let alone chase after the solipsistic. While observing the chess pieces around him, Tian Min roughly counted the number of chess pieces. There were 300 chess pieces. When he saw this number, Tian Min's heart skipped a beat. 300 chess pieces, the same as the number of his subordinates. Suddenly, Tian Min realized when the solipsistic had set up the formation. He used the ghost shadows to descend and kill my subordinates while setting up the nodes of the formation. In the end, I was already inside the formation. At this thought, Tian Min's back broke out in a cold sweat. That guy had set up such a powerful formation right under his nose. From the very beginning, he had planned to avoid a fight with him. To be more precise, he didn't want to fight with him personally. He hadn't made a move yet, and he had unknowingly placed himself in danger. This kind of scheming was terrifying. Solipsistic. Tian Min committed this name to memory. Outside the city of exiles, a man covered in blood approached the southern city gate step by step. His eyes were burning with green flames. The wound on his right shoulder had opened up completely, and he was limping as he walked. Cowherd, I told you that I wouldn't let you die. Hold on, I'm coming. Chapter 485. At the south gate of the city of exiles, a well-built man looked at the old man lying in front of him and snorted, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It's a pity that you met me. Coward knelt on one knee and spat out blood. Was this the Shura's subordinate? His strength was too terrifying. Furthermore, he had a skill that could damage the body. He had severed his tendons, and now all his movement skills were disabled. It seemed that he couldn't escape in the end. Hand over the treasure map, and I'll spare your life. Cowherd raised his head. Do you think I've lived for nothing? Do you think I'll believe your words? If you want to do it, then do it. I knew this day would come anyway. You want to die? Ha ha ha, you think it's too easy? Do you think you could just go back to the first layer of heaven to reincarnate? I'm sorry, but with me here, it's hard for you to die even if you want to. Speaking of which, it just so happens that I bought a technique to torture people some time ago. It said that the people who bought it said that it's surprisingly effective. If it's really that useful, I'll write a good review for the seller. Cowherd stared at the man, trembling with anger. You are just the Shura's lackey. The man didn't care about Cowherd's abuse at all. Oh, right. You seem to be from the Green Rock planet. It's also a trash planet with low martial arts. However, I heard that the people there are quite hardworking. Occasionally, a few of them can reach the third layer of heaven. You must be one of them. Many young people regard you as their spiritual leader. I wonder what those young people who idolize you will think if I send a video of you being tortured to your planet. You beast! Cowherd clenched his teeth. You want to send a video of me being tortured? Sure, I can't ask for more. My Jochian days have come to an end. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to guide them further. Your video will definitely ignite the fighting spirit of my people. They will also become the most turbulent wave after the war. That person narrowed his eyes slightly. This cowherd was really stubborn. Beast. If I'm a beast, then you can't even compare to me. Isn't that worse than a beast? This man's eloquence wasn't bad. Cowherd, listen to my advice. Hand over the treasure map, and I'll give you a quick death. If you don't believe me, I can send you a time limit duel. You don't have to worry about me doing anything to you in a time limit duel, right? Why don't you think about what hope you have? Why are you still struggling? It's just a treasure map. If you could find it yourself, you would have done so long ago. Why would you go to such lengths for a treasure that you can't obtain? That person began to reason with him. Cowherd man chuckled. I can't have it, but neither can you. You are courting death. I'll dig out your eyes first so that you can never see the treasure map again. As he spoke, the man raised his daggers and was about to stab the old man's eyes. At this moment, a sonic boom erupted from the city wall behind him. Then, a black arrow jumped through space and arrived in front of the Shura guard in the next second. Cowherd looked at the city wall in shock. Who would come to save him at this time? There was a bloody man standing on the city wall. That man was swaying in the wind and couldn't even stand properly. Beside him stood a lady in green. She seemed to be the one who shot the arrow just now. It's him. Cowherd man's mind was blown. This silly boy. How did he become like this? Didn't I tell him not to come back? This arrow was too sudden, and there was no trajectory at all. It hit the guard instantly. Minus 1,244 at level 3. There was still more than 1,000 damage. The guard couldn't believe it himself. Ha ha, is this tickling me? Looking at the arrow on his shoulder, the guard laughed wildly. However, as he laughed, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He didn't know when, but there was a white furry little thing standing on the arrow. That thing had a pair of green bean-sized eyes, and it was looking at him cutely. What the hell is this? The guard frowned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The guard was speechless. However, in the next second, that cute little fur ball suddenly expanded and pounced on the guard. Feast. Minus 880,000. The guard's HP dropped by 1/5. At the same time, he was hit by 3 debuffs. The most important thing was that the attack of the big rat damaged his flesh. With one bite, a large piece of flesh was missing, and his shoulder was bleeding profusely. Moreover, after biting his shoulder, it didn't let go. The debuffs quickly stacked on top of each other. Second, third, and the guard's HP was also rapidly decreasing. This is... The guard finally remembered to look back at the city wall. The figure on the wall was wearing a mask, so his face couldn't be seen. However, he could see that he was missing an arm. The guard wasn't stupid. In addition, he had been hearing about this person from Shura for the past 2 days, so he immediately thought of that name. Yes, one-armed Grim Reaper, being entangled by the furry little thing. The guy didn't have time to care about Cowherd Man. He used the triple door to teleport to Cowherd Man's side. Old man, are you okay? Cowherd Man looked at Lu Chun in disbelief. Why are you back? How did you get hurt so badly? I was tricked by a few scumbags. When I recover, I'll come back and take their lives. For now, Let's leave this place first. After saying that, Lu Chun rushed to help Cowherd Man up. He almost fell down himself. Damn, old man, can you stand up by yourself? Cowherd Man struggled to stand up and supported Lu Chun instead. You're already like this, and you still came back to save me? Aren't you a little too bold? Lu Chun laughed. Haha, I'm only injured and not dead. Why can't I come back? I said that I won't let you die. Let's go. The two of them supported each other. When they passed by the guard who was in a tough battle, the guard temporarily forced the furry little thing back with a slash of his sword. He looked at Lu Chun in horror. You're one-armed Grim Reaper. Why did you save him? Lu Chun stopped and looked at that person. After thinking for a while, he said to the furry little thing, Eat until you're clean. In the mountains outside the 10,000 tribes battlefield, in a dark spring cave, spring water flowed. However, the water was mixed with a large amount of blood, turning it red. Lu Yi was treating Lu Chen's injuries. Miss, his injuries are very serious. Can he be saved? LVE's eyebrows were tightly knit together as she cleaned Lu Chen's wounds. My master was seriously injured before, and I had already managed to control his injuries. But this time, he was framed by a villain and encountered a heavenly demon powerhouse. His injuries became somewhat unmanageable. If we don't stop his injuries, his physical body is stronger than the average person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on. When the Jochian game first came to Earth, the officials called the three-dimensional attributes physical strength. Everyone thought that it was just a special feature of the Xianxia MMORPG that Qianxing created to attract attention. But now that they thought about it, it was the most correct way to call it. Lu Chun was able to survive until now despite being seriously injured repeatedly. This was definitely related to his physical attributes. Old man, Lu Yi said anxiously, help me take care of him. I need to refine some solid pills. It might take some time. Cowherd thought for a while. Miss, it might be too late to refine them now. Tell me what kind of pills he needs, and I'll give them to you. Lu Yi looked at Cowherd strangely. It'll be more expensive to buy the pills directly. Besides, you're injured yourself. It's okay. I've been in the City of Exiles for many years. I've earned a lot of military merits. Cowherd waved his hand. He looked at the unconscious Lu Chun and sighed. I've been in the third heaven for so many years, but I've never seen a guy who doesn't care about his life like him. He told me not to say that I'm his friend outside, but I don't know why, but I'm proud to be his friend. Chapter 486. Cowherd had over 40,000 military merits. Even if Lu Chun cleared the training battlefield for an hour every day, it would still take him a month to earn that much. Without a doubt, to a normal person, this was a huge sum of money. Lu Yi knew that with Lu Chen's personality, he might not want Cowherd's military merits. But now that Lu Chun was unconscious and his life was in danger, she couldn't care less. Then, old man, can I trouble you to see if you can exchange for 7 Phoenix Breath pills? Let's stabilize boss's situation first. Louis didn't know the old man's military rank and didn't know what level of pills he could exchange for. She could only let him search first. Let me see. 7 Phoenix Breath pills, right? Search. And found it. 7 Phoenix Breath pills are 2,000 military merits for one. It was indeed a bit expensive. Old man, please exchange for 3. Okay. No. Miss, I see that there are still 8 Phoenix Breath pills. That's too expensive. It's really expensive. 5,000 military merits for one. I can't bear to use it in my entire life. Here, I exchange for 3. Cowherd complained, but his hands didn't waste any time and directly exchanged for 3. I originally wanted to give this brat the best pill. I just saw that there were still 9 Phoenix Breath pills. In the end, it's 12,000 military merits for one. Forget it. Little brother, we poor people should just use the normal ones. Old man, it's fine. I can slightly refine it. Although it's not as good as 9 Phoenix Breath pills, it's better than 8. Oh, that's great. Cowherd saw that Lu Yi was busy and couldn't help but ask, Miss, you're a ghost pet? It's too good to have you by my side. Did you appear in the second layer of heaven? Lu Yi smiled. Old man, it's not convenient for me to say more. I can only say that there's only one Ju Qianmi. The old man nodded regretfully. I even said that if I knew where it came from, I could tell the youngsters in my hometown to fight for it. That's right. Miss is indeed different. That's right. With the speed at which this brat earns military merits, his injuries should have been healed by the regeneration pill long ago. He hasn't recovered yet, so he must have developed a resistance to the regeneration pill. Louis nodded. That's true. I refined a solid pill for him before, but as soon as it's stabilized, then I'll change it to some high-grade pills. You tell me which ones won't give me resistance. Oh, right. I'll change it to the limb regeneration pill, too. I'll cure this brat in one go. Louis glanced at the old man and hurriedly stood up to bow to him. Thank you, old man. Cowherd helped Louis up. What are you thanking me for? My life was saved by him. It's not excessive to give him all 40,000 military merits. This kid is really lucky to have you assisting him. Later, Lu Chun slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that he was in a particularly good state. What was going on? Wasn't I seriously injured and almost dead? Lu Chun was a little confused and scratched his head out of habit. When he put down his right hand, he suddenly thought of something and stared at his right arm with wide eyes. Damn, my right arm. I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Chun was still not used to not having his right arm. After all, he still had his right arm in reality. Now that his right arm was back, it was definitely great news for him. Boss, you're awake? Louis came back from outside the cave with some herbs. There's some herbs outside. I went to collect some. I can help Cowherd refine some antidote pills. Boss, are you feeling better? Cowherd spent a lot of money to get you a lot of pills. Your injuries should be better now. Brat, you're finally awake. Cowherd followed behind Lu Yi and limped in. He was probably afraid that Lu Yi would be in danger when she went out alone. The pills I got were not worth mentioning. But Miss Yi was actually able to increase the quality of the pills. Brat, your luck is too good. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. He finally remembered what happened before. It seemed that when he was unconscious, these two people took care of him. Cowherd had also exchanged a lot of pills, including the limb regeneration pill. That was why he felt so good. I feel much better. Old man, how did you get poisoned? How come I don't remember you being poisoned? That guy's dagger was poisoned. It's physical poison. Physical poison? What's that? Yes. Cowherd came to Lu Chen's side and sat down. Don't tell me that you don't even know about this. Is it strange? I've been here for less than a month. No way, a month? You've been here for only a month and you're already so powerful? Then aren't you going to flip the heavens in the second layer of heaven? Lu Chun smiled. It's barely passable. Really? Then tell me about it. A real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. What's there to talk about? Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Old man, let me tell you. Coming to the third layer of heaven, I'm really unlucky. Lu Chun was too depressed. He was a super strong person, but he was forced to escape to the city of exiles in the third layer of heaven. He was even framed by a villain. Just thinking about it made him angry. You won't believe it even if I tell you. The first day I came, I encountered a monster invasion. My team's village was destroyed. Then, there was a spy among the humans, and I was betrayed. Then I went to that place. Anyway, I went to a place and had one of my hands cut off. Since then, I haven't been in good condition. Later, I was wanted by a group of people and ran to the city of exiles. I originally planned to recuperate here for a vacation. Good heavens, I met a villain again. When I was on a suicide mission, the 3 mission officers had already agreed with the Heavenly Fiend clan to kill me. F*CK. This month has been a nightmare. Lu Chun was too aggrieved. Although he had obtained the Heavenly Punishment Tower's most valuable treasure, the mixed Yuan heart technique, the wishful longstaff had been upgraded to the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment, and he had also gotten a treasure map. The process was too aggrieving. It was not easy to catch someone, and Lu Chun could not help but pour out his grievances. Since Lu Chun had concealed the most crucial factor of the Heavenly Punishment Tower, and he was wanted by the third layer of heaven, his experience did not sound too scary. Silly boy, the first 2 layers of heaven were all for fun. In the third layer of heaven, you can see the nature of humans. No, it's the nature of thousands of races. You have been tricked twice along the way, which also proves this point. Lu Chun shook his head. Well, I have indeed felt it. In the third layer of heaven, in fact, I have not seen the real wild monsters. Instead, those people are similar to wild monsters. This Jiu Qian, every time you go up a level, it becomes more real. Cowherd patted Lu Chun on the shoulder. Well, don't say these discouraging words. How does your new arm feel? You have to adapt to it for 2 or 3 days first. Boss, there's still the 8 Phoenix breath pills, great blood recovery pills, and other high-grade pills. Because the effects are very strong, I dare not use them all at once. I am afraid that you will develop resistance again. It will take about 3 days for you to fully recover. Lu Chen nodded. 3 days it is. I will wait for 3 days. Damn, this time I finally have a chance to recover. I can't waste it anymore. Cowherd looked at Lu Chun strangely. No, boy, why do I hear what you mean? What are you going to do in 3 days? What am I going to do? Lu Chen sneered. Of course, I'm going back to collect the debt. Chapter 487. In the Wild Spring Cave, Lu Yi was responsible for taking care of Lu Chun and Su Wang, but both of their conditions were very stable. When she had nothing to do, she would go out to pick herbs and refine pills. When she went out, Lu Chun would deliberately run over and let the little fur ball protect her, telling her not to go too far. Lying on a temporary straw bed, Su Wang looked at Lu Chun with a strange look in his eyes. When Lu Chun came back, he saw Su Wang smiling foolishly. Hey, old man, why are you smiling so wretchedly? I say, do you like Lu Gunyang? Look at you too. You're no different from a young couple. Lu Chun gave him a blank look. I say, can your thoughts not be so dirty? She's my ghost pet. Don't you know that humans and ghosts walk different paths? Humans and ghosts walk different paths? Hey boy, I said you're quite smart. Why are you suddenly so stupid? Have you seen the undead? Have you seen the Nether Ghost clan? They all exist. What does that mean? Lu Chun was a little confused by this series of questions. You mean, after people die, they become ghosts, which is equivalent to becoming another race. I don't know, but we've only reached the 3rd heavenly layer. If Jiu Qian is a mountain, we can only be regarded as standing at the foot of the mountain, not at the peak. How can you see the whole picture? Lu Chen nodded. Boy, be good to Lu Gunyang. Maybe in the future, she won't just be a ghost pet. After saying something meaningful, Su Wang turned his head to rest. Lu Chen glared at him, but he only saw his back. Old man, what are you thinking all day? The old man was very bad. After saying a few words, he went to sleep. Lu Chen got up and walked to the entrance of the cave, where he saw Lu Yi drying some raw herbs. The little fur ball jumped around Lu Yi, which was rare for him to be particularly obedient. Little fur ball, don't think about these herbs. Lu Chun immediately saw through the little furball's thoughts. This fellow had grown up eating medicinal herbs, so it would be strange if he wasn't moved by the sight of medicinal herbs. Seeing Lu Chun coming over, the little fur ball climbed onto Lu Chen's shoulder, feeling wronged. Creak, creak, creak. TSK, don't make it sound so nice. Do you think I don't know you? Aren't you going to transform? Why are you running around instead of sleeping? It would be strange if it wasn't for food. Lu Yi finished what she was doing and walked over with a smile. Boss, don't talk about little furball. Some of these herbs are not commonly used and are useless. I'm using them to improve my level of refining medicine. When the time comes, can I give them to little furball to eat? Lu Chen smiled. Naturally, he didn't care about these things. No wonder little furball likes you so much. It turns out that you found someone to rely on. Little Fur Ball called out to Lu Yi a few times. It seemed like he really liked Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and gently patted the little fur ball on Lu Chen's shoulder. While chatting, Lu Chen suddenly asked, Little Green, do you know about soldier dismemberment? Boss, are you asking about Mu Xian? Lu Yi thought for a while. Rogue immortals are heaven-defying existences in the 3rd layer of heaven. Normally, you won't be able to see immortals in the 3rd layer of heaven. Whether it's true immortals or rogue immortals, I spent most of my time in Ghost Valley, so I don't know much about it. But boss, you also know that the higher the heaven domain, the higher the price of death. So, I can't say for sure. Lu Yi didn't dare to look at Lu Chun. Lu Chun sighed. Boss, are you all right? Lu Chun shook his head. I'm fine. I need to go outside and train. I need to adapt to my new arm. And okay, don't use your energy when you train. Also, come back at noon and take your medicine. I know. The days in the spring cave were especially peaceful. Under the care of Lu Yi and the high-grade pills, Lu Chen's physical injuries were quickly recovering. On the third day, Lu Chen's injuries were finally healed. In the forest, Lu Chun roared, giving Lu Yi and Cowherd a fright. Stinking brat, what are you doing? This is the 10,000 race battlefield. My little ancestor. Lu Chun stretched his body. His body was filled with energy. He hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. Old man, don't be afraid. Whoever comes here will be unlucky. I am no longer the original me. He. You really made me sullen. Bragging again, just as Lu Chun was feeling proud. A strange sound came from the spring cave. Zhi. Ho ho. Zhi. Only the little fur ball was sleeping in the spring cave. The sound was most likely but it was mixed with a low roar. It seemed to be the little fur ball's roar after it transformed. Lu Chun, Cowherd, and Lu Yi looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. They quickly rushed into the cave. Just as they approached the cave, there was a sudden explosion. The entire ground shook and a large number of boulders rolled down from the mountain peak. Little Green, come back. Lu Chun quickly called Lu Yi back. Old man, I don't know what happened inside. Wait here. With that, Lu Chun used 7 stars chasing the moon and rushed into the cave before the entrance was sealed. Cowherd looked up at the mountain peak. At this time, the cave was shaking more and more violently. The entire mountain was violently shaking. Heavens, what happened inside? Not long after, the mountain peak that was estimated to be over 1,000 meters high suddenly exploded. Countless boulders shot outwards, destroying a large portion of the surrounding forest. Cowherd's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He hurriedly dodged. Fortunately, he had rested well for the past few days. His strength was not weak, and he managed to avoid a large number of flying rocks. However, when he stopped, he found that the entire mountain in front of him had collapsed. The surrounding dense forest had been cleared out, leaving behind a flat area of 10 miles. This is Stinky Brat, Miss Lu Little Furball. Cowherd anxiously rushed towards the ruins. Old man, don't shout. We're out. A voice came from beneath the ruins. Then, a figure flashed out and landed beside Cowherd. Cowherd looked at the dusty Lu Chun in shock. What happened? Where's the little fur ball? Lu Chun brushed off the dust on his body and smiled. He opened his hand and showed it to Cowherd. In Lu Chun's hand was a little mouse. The little fellow used to be covered in white fur, but now it was covered in red fur. Its back was slightly bulging, as if there was something hidden in its fur. It stood in Lu Chun's hand and tilted its head to look at Cowherd. Its small eyes were wide open, completely different from its sleepy and listless appearance from before. It can't be. Could it be that the little fur ball, just now, transformed? Lu Chun nodded and bitterly smiled. If it transformed, then it transformed. What's the point of creating such a big commotion? I originally wanted to sleep in a cave, but now that things have changed, I'm guessing many people will come here. Lu Chun looked around. A simple transformation was probably similar to his own evolution. In the end, he was only a flash of white light, but the little fur ball had directly overturned an entire mountain. The overflow of energy was too fierce. Forget it. The cave is destroyed. I don't want to waste time with others. I won't stay here any longer. Old man, let's go. Cowherd hadn't recovered from the great change just now. Lu Chun suddenly wanted to leave. Cowherd asked in a daze, Where are we going? Lu Chun coldly snorted. We're going to find some people to settle our past debts. Chapter 488. Many outsiders had arrived in the city of exiles over the past 2 days. These people did not enter the city, but instead set up camp outside the city. In the main camp outside the city, several elders were interrogating a man. So, while Yin Qing was looking for the treasure map, you were competing for some record in the trial battlefield? A white-bearded elder in the main seat narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone extremely stern. The person being scolded was the god of the city of exiles, Azura. Azura, who had always been arrogant, was so scared that he could not speak clearly in front of the elder. Uncle, I was trying to protect my position in the city of exiles and obtain more useful information. Position in the city of exiles? You're so short-sighted. I'm so angry. The elder was so angry that he did not even want to look at Azura. Another elder in the main seat shook his head. Fu Yao, we asked you to come to the city of exiles to look for the treasure map, but you said you wanted to establish your prestige. Fine. What you said back then made some sense. But now, the treasure map is so close, yet you put the cart before the horse. What record are you competing for? You can't even tell what's important and what's urgent. You really can't afford it. Sai, it was our mistake to ask him to come. If we had asked Fu Tu to come, things might not have turned out this way. That's right. Now, not only did we not get the treasure map, but Yin Qing's body was also destroyed. We really suffered a double loss. Now, Yin Qing is lying at home, and he's on the verge of death. An elder spoke of the situation in the real world, becoming even more furious. The head of the family finally took a breath and asked in a slightly relaxed tone. Before Yin Qing died, he sent a message back saying that the one-armed killing god rescued cowherd Wang and killed him. Yes, that child Yin Qing is reliable. But big brother, do you really think that the one-armed killing god will come back for the treasure map in Azura's hands? The elder in the main seat narrowed his eyes slightly and stood up. Our Dongfang family is the sixth most powerful force in the third heaven. How can we not take revenge for our family member being killed? It's best that he comes back to look for Fu Yao. If he doesn't dare to appear, we'll find him even if we have to search the mountains and tear him to pieces. By the way, second brother, have you found the list of people who were wanted by the major forces recently? An old man stood up with a strange expression on his face, but he didn't say anything for a long time. Second brother? After being urged, that person said, Big brother, it's like this. The one-armed death god is very powerful. We speculated that he was being hunted down by at least one of the top 10 forces, which is why he had to hide in the city of exiles. I've met with the masters of the various forces, and after screening them, we found that. What did you find? Why are you stuttering today? I've filtered out 14 names, but I've discovered an important problem. Among them, there's a person wanted by the 10 great clans. All of his conditions are strangely consistent with the one-armed war god. Oh, he had actually made such an important discovery. Is he also wanted by our Dongfang family? Why didn't you say so earlier? Who is it? The old man looked around and found that everyone was staring at him with burning eyes. How interesting. Even they themselves were looking for the one-armed war god, but they didn't know about it in the beginning. However, second brother felt great pressure in his heart. Once the situation was revealed, it might disrupt the entire plan of the clan. He's, cough cough, solipsistic. When these 4 words burst out, the entire conference hall suddenly fell into silence. Dongfang Xiong couldn't help but take a few steps back and sit back down in his chair. Solipsistic. That guy who passed the Heavenly Tribulation Tower? Back then, it was rumored that he passed the Heavenly Tribulation Tower and obtained the treasure of the Heavenly Tribulation Tower, triggering a vision of heaven and earth. At that time, he was missing an arm. If it's really him, then are we still going to snatch the treasure map? Seeing that the old fellows in the clan were all afraid of the slightest thing, Shura, who had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, exploded. What's there to be afraid of? Shura said loudly. I'm sure that the one-armed war god can't be solipsistic. If he was, he would have reattached his broken arm long ago. No, with his military rank, he can't buy the limb regeneration pill. I remember that he was just a militia. An elder said, Solipsistic lost his right arm for the treasure of the Heavenly Tribulation Tower and was seriously injured. Moreover, when he left his name behind, he was chased by the entire third heaven. Where could he have gone? Only the city of exiles. It's impossible for there to be such a coincidence. The one-armed war god must be solipsistic. Even if that's the case, there's nothing to be afraid of, Shura said excitedly. Uncles, everyone says that the heavenly tribulation tower can't be entered, but how many people have actually entered the heavenly tribulation tower? It's rumored that even Marshall-level powerhouses can't last more than 30 seconds inside. However, no one knows if there are any mechanisms or secret passages inside. His strength is not bad, but it's not enough to scare people to death. In the trial battlefield, if I'm in my best state, I can easily break his record. And my strength in the clan isn't the strongest. You'll definitely say that he's in a broken arm state and his body is seriously injured, so he can only achieve such results. However, don't forget that there's a saying that goes, take your life when you're sick. Don't forget that not only does he have the treasure map, but he also has the treasure of the heavenly tribulation tower. If we can obtain it, there's no doubt that we can enter the 5 major powers. Shura had been in the City of Exiles for so many years, and his speaking skills had improved a lot. His words were reasonable, and they stunned the group of clan elders. Even Dongfang Xiong fell into deep thought. The top 5 powers and the top 6 powers seemed to be only one place apart, but the difference was thousands of miles. Every time the 5 major powers held a martial arts competition, they could have one more place to participate. That meant that they had one more chance to enter the 4th heaven. Even if the one-armed war god recovers, we still have to fight this battle. Shura struck while the iron was hot. If we want the clan to advance further, this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While they were talking, someone came in to report. Clan leader, that solipsistic is coming this way. What? How do you know it's solipsistic? Dongfang Xiong asked sternly. The fact that the one-armed death god was solipsistic was the result of their discussion in the tent. He revealed his ID. That ID is golden. There is only one person with a golden ID in the entire server, and that was solipsistic. This time, Liu Chun didn't choose to hide his ID. He took off his exile mask, revealed his ID, and walked towards the City of Exiles. Uncle. At this point, Shura looked nervously at Dongfang Xiong. It was time to make a decision. Big brother, are we going to fight or cooperate? Dongfang Xiong's chest rose and fell violently. After a long time, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Dongfang family has been a lackey for too long. This time, we must seize the treasure of the heavenly tribulation tower and the treasure map. Pass down the order. The entire clan is to prepare for battle. Hey, and you said you don't care about your golden ID. Suolong followed behind Liu Chun and looked at him with disdain. I say, brat, if you want to come, then come. Do you have to be so high profile? Liu Chun shook his head helplessly. I really don't care. It's just that some people like to take advantage of you if you keep a low profile. Besides, I'm here to collect debts. It's not good if they can't even tell who they owe. Chapter 489. Shura is going to fight with the solipsistic. Come out and see. The news quickly spread throughout the City of Exiles, and tens of thousands of people rushed out of the City of Exiles. Outside the gates of the City of Exiles, Shura stood alone in front of the array. Behind him was the Dongfang family. Tens of thousands of people were watching his battle, which made Shura feel high-spirited. He, Shura, could finally show off in front of his family. The Dongfang family members did not wear masks, and many people in the City of Exiles recognized them. They were all shocked by Shura's true identity. So, Shura is from the Dongfang family? With the power of the Dongfang family, why would he come to the City of Exiles? It's said that he was abandoned by his family. Now that Shura has made a name for himself, the Dongfang family invited him back. Shura's strength is obvious to all. He's only one step away from being a title marshal. Today, he's finally been recognized by his family. Where did you hear that? The Dongfang family said it themselves. I think Shura is too inspirational. The Dongfang family listened to Shura's suggestion and continued to help him maintain his reputation in the City of Exiles. The image of a young man who endured hardships and endured humiliation became more and more amazing as the rumors spread. At the same time, they gave them a reasonable explanation for setting up camp outside the City of Exiles. They were here to bring Shura back. Of course, this matter was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Now, everyone was looking forward to the solipsistic. Who is the solipsistic? Why are so many people talking about him? You guys have been in the city of exiles for too long. You don't even know about the solipsistic. That guy passed the Heaven's Punishment Tower. What? Passed the Heaven's Punishment Tower? That's impossible. I didn't believe it at first, but after he was wanted by all the factions, I believed it. Not only are humans wanted, but all the major races in the third heaven are also wanted. As long as we kill him, our name will shake the entire third heaven. F*CK. We're wanted by a few factions, but that guy is wanted by the entire third heaven? This is too exaggerated. Doesn't that mean Shura can't beat that guy? Shura can't beat him alone. But don't forget, the Dongfang family is here too. They're the sixth faction, and it's said that they have 5 titled marshals. 5 titled marshals? Oh my god! The old man in the same dormitory as Lu Chun was also squeezed into the crowd. Hearing the people around him talking about this solipsistic, he was also shocked. Good heavens, wanted by the entire third heaven. Not to mention other things, just this influence alone, no matter what happens in the end, this trip to the third heaven will not be in vain. When he heard someone mention that he had lost his right arm when he escaped from the myriad races, the old man was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but think of the young man in the same dormitory. That young man had been missing for the past few days. Perhaps he had died while doing some sort of mission. What a pity. Sigh, kid, everyone has a different fate. If you're still alive, come and take a look at this solipsistic. Maybe you'll get some inspiration. At this moment, 2 figures gradually rose from the horizon in the distance. One of them carried a long staff on his shoulder, his 2 arms resting on the 2 ends of the staff. Behind him was another person wearing an exile mask, following behind him. Before he could see the person clearly, he saw the golden ID solipsistic. Damn, it's really a gold ID. This is the first time I've seen someone with a gold ID. He's wanted by the third heaven, yet he still hangs his ID on his head. This guy really lives up to his name. Shura's eyes stared at the 2 people through the mask. One was the solipsistic, the one-armed grim reaper who toyed with him. The other was the man he had been searching for so many years, the man with the treasure map. These 2 people definitely had great treasures on them. Killing any one of them would make him famous. The solipsistic's right arm seemed to have grown out, but he also had the support of his family. These 2 people were the key to changing his fate. Lu Chun walked in front. The man looked at the battle formation outside the city of exiles and whispered to Lu Chun, "Why are there so many people over there?" "They're from the Dongfang family." Lu Chun continued to walk forward. "My friend sent me a message saying that a large number of people from the Dongfang family are rushing to the city of exiles. Shura should be from the Dongfang family. They didn't get the treasure map, and their family members were killed by me. It would be strange if they didn't come." The man frowned. "You already knew that they would come?" "Not too long ago. I found out yesterday." "Hey, old man, wait for me here. There are too many people. I'm afraid that something will happen to you if you get too close." "Is it okay for you to go alone?" Lu Chun smiled. "Wait for me here." Not long after, Lu Chun arrived in front of Shura. He looked at him and smiled. "Did you bring the thing I wanted?" Shura narrowed his eyes. "I brought it, but I'm afraid you won't be able to take it." "You don't have to worry about that. How are we going to fight next? Duel? Duel? Ha! Solipsistic, you're too naive. Don't you know how valuable you are now? How dare you show up with this identity?" Lu Chun raised his eyebrows. "Looks like you don't just want a map on my body." "Nonsense. I want the map, I want the Heaven's Punishment Tower, and I want your life." Lu Chun snorted. Relying on the fact that your Dongfang family has more people, you're pretty confident in your words. I originally didn't plan to destroy your Dongfang family, but now it seems that there's no point in keeping you alive. Destroy my Dongfang family? What an arrogant tone. Behind Shura, Dongfang Xiong snorted. "With just you? You really think you're invincible?" Lu Chun shook his head and removed the 9-dragon pillar from his neck. With a swing of his hand, the 9-dragon pillar spun a few times in the air before finally landing between him and Shura. With a whoosh, the 9-dragon pillar was erected in front of the Dongfang family. The end of the spear was still trembling violently. That guy doesn't want his weapon anymore? He's giving to the Dongfang family? What do you mean? Is he admitting defeat? It can't be. Dongfang Xiong and Shura looked at the 9-dragon pillar not far away. Their gazes were uncertain as they looked at Lu Chun in astonishment. Lu Chun smiled. Do you recognize this weapon? 9-dragon pillar of heaven's punishment. Shura narrowed his eyes. This was a famous immortal martial art in the third heaven. Many people said that this weapon was the heaven's punishment tower's treasure. Its power exceeded many immortal martial arts by a large margin. It was definitely one of the top 3 divine weapons in the third heaven. Lu Chun smiled. If you want it, come and get it. Once these words came out, the faces of the Dongfang family members turned ashen. Throwing this level of immortal martial art in front of them, how could there be such an arrogant person? Arrogant, Shura roared. He couldn't hold it in anymore. I'll make you regret it. Donglai Void Technique, Void Illusion. Shura turned into a black shadow and shot towards the 9-dragon pillar of heaven's punishment. At the same time, more than 10 Dongfang family juniors were seething with anger. They all used their movement techniques, wanting to snatch the 9-dragon pillar of heaven's punishment before killing the solipsistic. Lu Chun snorted. Are all the disciples of the big families so naive? I told you to take it, and you really took it? 9 dragons annihilation. The 9-dragon pillar that stood alone in the distance trembled more and more violently. Suddenly, its body expanded by 10 times. The 9 huge dragons on the body of the pillar seemed to be alive. They broke out from the body of the pillar and transformed into 9 huge dragons that were 100 meters long. They roared as they pounced towards the enemy. Roar! In an instant, the dragon's roar shook the sky. 9 types of elemental attacks came crashing down from the sky. Chapter 490. That kid is so treacherous. Quick, give him the 5 elements formation. The Dongfang family had no lack of talisman experts. Seeing this, they hurriedly made their move. However, the solipsistic also moved at this time. Ghostly shadows. In an instant, a large number of solipsistic illusions appeared on the battlefield. These illusions were all moving at high speed. Descent. In an instant, Lu Chun had already pulled out the 9 dragon pillars and descended on an illusion. His first target was obviously the Azura. Normal attack. Lu Chun swung his staff at the Azura. The Azura's reaction was not slow. When he heard the move Lu Chun used, he almost spat out blood. What the hell was a normal attack? This guy spent a lot of effort to get close, and then he used a normal attack. How lacking in skills was he that he had to use a normal attack right from the start? However, it had to be said that even if it was a normal attack, the Azura's heart still trembled when he saw that the attack was from the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. The 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment was a super immortal weapon. However, people only knew that it had one special effect: 9 dragons annihilating the world. It was impossible for an immortal weapon of this level to have no other special effects. In short, the Azura did not dare to take it head-on. He glared angrily. Grand illusionary shadow. You want to dodge? I'm afraid you don't know the power of the 9 dragon pillars. Lu Chun sneered and swung his staff at the Azura. The 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment had a passive effect of sure hit. Normal attacks ignored evasion attributes below heaven level and would definitely hit. The Grand Illusionary Shadow was a displacement skill in the Donglai Void technique. It would definitely not exceed heaven level. This staff landed squarely on the Azura's face. -2. 42 million. Quadruple critical hit. -1. 38 million. Poison. -1. 38 million. Poisoned. -1. 13 million. Double critical hit. -1. 38 million. Poisoned. -1. 38 million. Poisoned. Shura had already leveled up to Marshal. His HP was actually considered high among humans, at over 8 million. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't too good. He was immediately hit by Lu Chen's 4x critical strike. After the 9 dragon pillars added critical damage, Lu Chen's damage was now quadrupled. His physical attack was now over 400,000. After deducting his defense, under normal circumstances, he should only be able to deal around 300,000 physical damage. In the end, a quadruple critical hit dealt nearly 2,500,000 HP. In addition to the 2 poison attacks, the subsequent damage was over 3 million, and the total damage was over 9 million. Shura, a super player whose name shook the entire City of Exiles, was known as the City of Exiles War God. His health bar disappeared. Before Lu Chen could finish dealing damage to him, Shura had already killed him with 1 hit. The entire City of Exiles, including the masters of the Dongfang family, were dumbfounded before they could react. Oh my god! The Azura War God was killed in 1 strike? Solipsistic seems to be using normal attacks. Wait, normal attack? How did he manage to deal 6 damage? Is he a poison master? Does his attack carry poison? But this poison attack is too much. 1 normal attack carries 2 poisons. 1 hit is 1. 38 million. 2 hits are 2. 76 million. Who can take that? It's too scary. His damage per second is close to 10 million. This is too unreasonable. Shura was prepared to fight to the death, but Shura didn't think that he would have so little to play. He knew that he wasn't a match for Solipsistic, and he didn't plan to fight to the death with Solipsistic right from the start. He just wanted to snatch the 9 dragon pillars and act according to the situation. He thought that no matter how strong Solipsistic was, he wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. As long as he could hold on until the masters of his family killed Solipsistic, he would definitely get the credit. But who would have thought that things would go against his wishes? He was the first unlucky one, and he lost so suddenly that others couldn't even save him. This Solipsistic's damage is too high. Dongfang Xiong's expression was serious. To kill him, we need the combined power of 5 titled marshals and the Donglai Void Formation. Otherwise, we won't be able to suppress this monster. In other people's eyes, Solipsistic's attack was extremely violent, but Lu Chen was not happy at all. His normal attack was a 5-hit combo. Adding in the poison, that was 15 segments of damage. In the end, the Shura only took 2 slashes before dying. The remaining 9 segments of damage could only be forcefully held back. Humans' bodies are too weak. It seems that humans are really too weak among the 10,000 races. A Thunder Ape's HP could reach tens of millions. Shura was a noob, and he spent most of his time in the land of the exiles, so his equipment might not be too luxurious. But a marshal only had 8 million HP. It was too little. If Lu Chen himself leveled up, his HP would definitely reach 15 million. After killing Shura, Lu Chen checked his loot. Unfortunately, there was no treasure map. In this situation, it seemed that he had to put pressure on the Dongfang family. At this moment, 5 figures jumped out from the Dongfang family's formation. Be careful of the ghostly shadows descending. Avoid those illusions. A Dongfang family expert shouted. Everyone else, back down. The aura of these 5 people was completely different from the juniors who had just come out. Their eyes were all reserved. Even in the face of Lu Chen's super explosive attack, they did not panic. It was obvious that they were people who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The 5 of them showed their titles at the same time. Martial Bodhi, Martial Tiger Roar, Martial God's Descendant, Martial Taishu, Martial Suing. Seeing these 5 titles, the surroundings exploded. It's titled marshals. 5 titled marshals. Oh my god, 5 titled marshals appeared at once. As expected of the Dongfang family, their foundation is amazing. Although title marshals are only 1 level away from marshal, there is a fundamental difference in strength. For someone like Shura, military merits are no longer a problem, but he still can't become a titled marshal. Didn't they say that titled marshals could pass the heaven-punishing tower? These solipsistic are finished. Not only were these 5 title marshals, but they also had different roles. The meat shield monk, the close combat pugilist, the long-range archer, the sword controller, and the invisible killer. As a family, when the Dongfang family was nurturing their clansmen, they also deliberately let them develop different branches, forming a small team with multi-layered attack methods to complement each other. Not only did they have so many titled marshals, but they could also complement each other. This was the terrifying part of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong quickly summoned his second brother and third brother. Big brother, you want to ask that person to take action? With Fu Tu and the others, it should be enough. Dongfang Xiong's expression was solemn. Fu Tu and the others are just a guarantee, but they can only guarantee that we won't be defeated. Now that Fu Yao is in his hands, we are very passive. Solipsistic can escape from the hands of the myriad races. If he really wants to escape, I'm afraid no one here can stop him. This person has the heaven-punishing towers treasure and the treasure map. We can't let him escape. Since we have already taken this step, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Second brother and third brother looked at each other and nodded heavily. All right, then let's ask that person to take action. After saying that, the three of them took out an item from their backpacks at the same time and combined the items in their hands. Dongfang Xiong took a deep breath and used the one-time Mystic Realm voice transmission talisman. Dongfang Ji, come out and take care of someone. Not long later, a reply came from the voice transmission talisman. Yes, father. Give me the coordinates. I will teleport over. Chapter 491. Solipsistic, let's see how arrogant you can be. The five titled marshals stared at Lu Chun. You dare to underestimate the Dongfang family? I'll let you have a taste of our power. Marshal Bodhi stomped on the ground, and a golden Buddha image appeared on his body. Buddha's golden body. Lu Chun noticed that he had additional health, defense, and resistance buffs. Then, the monk exerted force on his hind legs and shot forward like a cannonball. Martial Tiger Roar activated White Tiger's possession and turned into a fierce tiger. He followed the monk and pounced on Lu Chun. The assassin was already hidden in a cloud of purple smoke. Without a doubt, that guy was also approaching him. The archer took out his golden longbow at the same time and exerted force on his arms. The longbow, which was as tall as a person, was pulled to its full length. Soul-suppressing shot. Royal sword flipped his fingers, and 5 flying swords flew out from behind him. 4 of them were golden, and the last one was probably an immortal weapon. Great void sword technique, end of end. The 5 flying swords turned into 5 streams of light and shot over from all directions. The 5 titled marshals attacked at the same time, and their attacks whistled through the air. Lu Chun snorted. Divine transformation. With a boom, a golden light burst out from Lu Chun's body. Then, he disappeared from the spot. Trying to run? Buddhist discourse. The monks shouted, and the surroundings were filled with peaceful chanting of scriptures. Faced with so many skills, Lu Chun naturally had to dodge. However, he didn't expect the monks' Buddhist discourse to be so domineering. He was still in the 7 stars chasing the moon state and was ridiculed. Lu Chun's consciousness was affected by the chanting of scriptures. It was as if he was guided by something. 7 stars chasing the moon's route was forcefully changed, and he rushed toward Marshal Bodhi. F***CK. Can I not listen to scriptures? Formless, traceless Buddha fist. Under the effect of this skill, the monk's attack turned into a short to mid-range Buddha seal attack. Before Lu Chun could get close, he was already throwing punches like rain. At the same time, the other people's attacks also arrived. Tiger descends the mountain. Martial Tiger's Roar activated Lu Chun's most commonly used skill. Lu Chun's mind raced. This guy, with the White Tiger's possession, most likely had a combo effect. That was why he had been able to retain this basic skill. Mist backstab. The assassin behind him was completely hidden in the mist. He didn't even reveal himself when he attacked. The flying swords and arrows arrived in the blink of an eye. After being ridiculed, Lu Chun was instantly in a desperate situation. The people at the side watched on with great trepidation. The 5 marshals did not say much and suppressed Solipsistic in an instant. Are these the 5 titled marshals of the Dongfang family? They're so strong. Every single one of them is very strong individually. What's most terrifying is that when they work together, their strength is multiplied. Their strategy is methodical. As soon as the monk taunted them, the others tacitly found an opportunity to attack together. Those are titled marshals. Which one of them hasn't gone through hundreds of battles and killed countless enemies? Look at Solipsistic. Other than passing through the Heaven's Punishment Tower, what other achievements does he have? Although the Heaven's Punishment Tower is a forbidden area, no one knows what's inside and whether there are secret passages. Perhaps the reason why Solipsistic is so strong is because of the 9 dragon pillars of Heaven's punishment. Although the taunt did not seem to cause any damage, it was a skill that specialized in dealing with flashing moves. Even Lu Chen would not be able to escape from the taunt for a short period of time. At the critical moment, Lu Chen snorted coldly. "Are you sure you want me to get close to you?" Blood Sacrifice Shield. Lu Chen activated a skill that he could only activate when he was being taunted. Instantly, a shield with 10 million HP appeared on his body. Immediately after, he smashed his staff toward Marshal Bodhi. Buddha's words? I hate people who reason with me the most. Since you're here, don't leave. Profound armor. Minus 240,000. Invisible Buddha Seal Fist. Minus 270,000. Invisible Buddha Seal Fist. Minus 250,000. Invisible Buddha Seal Fist. 770,000. Missed Backstab. Minus 340,000. Backstab Combo. Minus 340,000. Backstab Combo. Minus 280,000. Tiger Descends the Mountain. Minus 120,000. Shadow Damage. Minus 280,000. Minus 120,000. Minus 280,000. Minus 120,000. Minus 280,000. Minus 120,000. Minus 920,000. Subduing Soul Shot. Double critical hit. Minus 440,000. Into the Abyss. Gold. Minus 420,000. Into the Abyss. Wood. Minus 410,000. Water. Minus 460,000. Fire. Minus 620,000. Earth. As the Blood Sacrifice Shield had no defense and did not enjoy the effects of Lu Chen's damage reduction talent, the shield took all of the damage without any resistance. The 5 of them worked together and dealt 7 million plus damage per second. A large number of damage numbers floated up. It was almost impossible to see clearly. Lu Chen's shield almost shattered. However, the shield protected Lu Chen from being affected by negative statuses. At this moment, Lu Chen's 9 dragon pillar also smashed down. What was unexpected was that the damage that appeared above Marshal Bodhi's head was actually not any less than Lu Chen's. Minus 480,000, double critical hit. Minus 530,000, poison reduction 950,000. Minus 530,000, poison reduction 950,000. Minus 460,000, double critical hit. Minus 530,000, minus 530,000, just now. After Lu Chen's normal attack hit the Shura, it only dealt 3 hits before it was insta-killed. What people did not know was that Lu Chen's normal attack actually came with a 5-hit combo. Including the poison, it was a total of 15 hits. The monk's health and defense were high, and he seemed to have high poison resistance. In addition, under the effect of taunt, he had a considerable amount of defense and toughness. Lu Chen's damage was greatly reduced. Even so, a 5-hit combo dealt 5 million damage to the monk's health. His health bar was instantly reduced to the red. F***CK, this is their mistake? The onlooker's jaws almost dropped. Buddha's discourse seems to be a heaven-tier taunt skill. Who knows how much defense he added, but he was almost insta-killed. Is there a mistake? He is currently in an extreme defense state. Didn't he add toughness to reduce the chance of critical hits? Why did that guy get critical hits every time? What kind of attack is this? This is too much. Marshal Bodhi's face turned pale. The person who was taunted had activated his shield and did not lose a single drop of health. Instead, it was him who was almost insta-killed. What kind of logic was this? It shouldn't be like this. F***CK, I can't hold on. Retreat first. Just as the monk was about to run, Solipsistic suddenly activated a passive skill. Profound armor. Passive taunt. Accelerated health regeneration. Increased defense. Suddenly, Martial Subhoodie, Martial Tiger Roar, and Martial Void Shadow were all taunted. F***CK. Not good. Liu Chun chuckled. You must have enjoyed the taunt just now. All right, it's my turn now. The three of you, let's have a good chat. After saying that, Liu Chun smashed his staff toward Martial Bodhi. Not good. The monk is in danger. Control him quickly. I'll break the shield. You control him. Imperial Sword shouted. The archer and Imperial Sword in the distance attacked at the same time. Taishu Sword Art. Void Splitter. Stun Shot. The archer quickly followed. Liu Chun snorted. Want to save him? 3,000 body flash slash. Chapter 492. After being taunted, he followed up with 3,000 instant slashes. There was almost no way to escape, leaving behind an illusion to attract the attacks of the two long-range attackers. Liu Chun turned into a shadow and jumped crazily between the three melee attackers. The monk's Buddhist mantra increased all kinds of resistances, so Liu Chun did not stun him. However, the other two were different. While they suffered a lot of damage, the debuffs on them were refreshed crazily. A large number of numbers floated above their heads. When Liu Chun appeared behind them, the three title marshals had already fallen to the ground, triple door. The moment Liu Chun landed, he had already rushed toward the two people in the distance. Dodge! His melee attacks are too terrifying. The sword rider and the archer used their movement skills at the same time and quickly retreated. Liu Chun was about to chase after them when he suddenly frowned. Unknowingly, the surroundings were filled with a faint purple fog. Assassin's fog? Liu Chun turned around in surprise, only to find that the three corpses on the ground had disappeared. Revive? Liu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been careless. The three of them had actually revived. The title of Marshal did have something to it. The fog became thicker and thicker, so much so that Liu Chun could not see his surroundings clearly. Suddenly, a voice came from an unknown direction. Solipsistic, we have indeed underestimated you. However, do you think you can kill us like this? I can only say that you are too naive. Do you think title marshals are so easy to kill? You were lucky just now. We were taunted by you before we could use our skills. Now we will play with you. Liu Chun said coldly. I was wondering how titled marshals could fight against myriad races with your strength. Now, it seems that you have not disappointed me. Arrogant, I will immediately make you die without a complete corpse. At that moment, an arrow shot out from the purple fog and headed straight for Liu Chun's heart. Clone. At the critical moment, Liu Chun activated his demon clone. During the clone, Liu Chun pulled out the abyss bow at the same time and shot in the direction of the arrow. Flash shot. Strongest bow. Pooh. A muffled sound rang out in the distance as a damage value floated up. Minus 880,000 double critical hit. 7 stars chasing the moon. Liu Chun quickly shot out a series of black crystal arrows. In the blink of an eye, 2 more arrows hit the target. Minus 920,000 double critical hit. Minus 970,000 double critical hit. At this moment, the enemy's counterattack came. A flying sword swept past Liu Chun's face. Liu Chun quickly used his displacement skill to dodge the attack and turn around to fire an arrow. The 5 demon avatars also shot arrows at the same time. Pooh, pu pu, 3 muffled sounds rang out. 3 of the 6 arrows had hit their mark. Minus 3 million. Liu Chun was deep in the purple fog and couldn't see his surroundings clearly. However, the people outside the purple fog couldn't see the 5 title marshals, but they could see Liu Chun. This seemed to be the effect of a purple weapon, just that the 5 title marshals were hidden. They couldn't see the 5 title marshals, but they could see the damage that had just appeared. When they saw the solipsistic continuously injuring the enemy without knowing where they were, the surroundings were silent. This guy, he's attacking in reverse according to the enemy's trajectory. What kind of godlike operation is this? To be able to find the enemy's location based on the enemy's trajectory, this is too unbelievable. He's invincible in close combat. In terms of long-range attacks, the solipsistic is actually so strong. What is this guy's occupation? Close combat archer? Or long-range pugilist? I suddenly realized that the solipsistic passing through the heavens punishment tower might not have relied on luck. This person's attack is so terrifying, but his reaction, awareness, and mentality are all so impeccable. This is too scary. After Lu Chun consecutively injured 2 people, the purple fog suddenly quietened down. Facing such a terrifying opponent, if they attacked, they would be counterattacked. None of the 5 title marshals dared to attack recklessly. Lu Chun thought that the other party wanted to wait for the 2 of them to recover before attacking. If this continued, it would be too much of a waste of time. Thinking of this, Lu Chun directly used 7 stars, chasing the moon, and moved quickly without any pattern. While moving quickly, Lu Chun continuously shot arrows at the fog. However, this time, the arrows didn't hit anyone. After all, he couldn't see anything now. In the eyes of others, Lu Chun was running around aimlessly and shooting arrows everywhere. What is he doing? Is he running around because he's afraid of being targeted? Every time someone attacks him, he's the one who hits the enemy. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be afraid of others attacking him. I don't understand what he's doing. He's using black crystal arrows, right? Those arrows are very expensive. It's too wasteful to squander them like this. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lu Chun suddenly activated a skill. Death Trap. Lu Chun's HP dropped by 80%. Quick and fierce attack. More chips. Flash shot, death trap, rapid attack, plus the passive berserk. Lu Chun's attack speed had reached the extreme. Countless arrows were flying so fast that they couldn't be seen clearly. Triple door. Although Lu Chun's HP dropped by 80%, none of the 5 title marshals attacked him. Demon Kings will refresh. Triple door. The group of people outside were completely stunned. Not only was solipsistic shooting wildly, but he was also continuously activating skills at this moment. Pu 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 pu, a series of dull sounds came from all directions. 5 figures fell out of the purple fog one after another. When the martial shadow was killed by a few arrows, the surrounding fog finally dissipated. The archer, sword rider, pugilist, and assassin had far less HP than the monk. When they fell out, they were already killed. Only the monk had 3 million HP left. When the fog dispersed, the monk looked at the corpses of his companions in disbelief. Then, he looked at solipsistic in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. Impossible, you! How did you find us? Lu Chun felt the pinch. He had shot a few hundred arrows. That was a few hundred gold coins. Don't revive anymore. It costs a lot of money. Lu Chun shook his head. Marshal Bodhi's face was still filled with shock. You were just shooting randomly. You couldn't have really seen us. Don't you know how you were hit? Lu Chun put away the abyss bow, changed to the 9-dragon pillar, and walked towards the monk. He was the only one left, so he was no longer a threat. Marshal Bodhi frowned. How'd he get hit? Just now. That fellow had been shooting crazily, and he had been dodging with his movement skills. That fellow's arrows were really weird. They didn't have a trajectory, and they just jumped through space. The only way to determine the trajectory was to predict the flight path of the arrow from the direction he shot. After all, arrows couldn't turn in the air, so one could determine where the arrow was shot from. With the strength of a titled marshal, he was able to dodge that fellow's arrows. It was fine at first, but then that fellow's shooting speed suddenly increased, and dodging became more and more difficult. Fortunately, he relied on his outstanding observation skills to find a feasible route to dodge in the rain of bullets. Just as he was dodging, a stone door suddenly appeared beside him, and an arrow shot out from the stone door, hitting him directly. After being hit, what awaited him next was an even more terrifying storm. If he was hit like this, could it be that others were hit as well? You couldn't have seen us. This fog is a heaven-rank illusion. Lu Chun smiled. I didn't see you, but I don't need to see you to kill you. My goal wasn't to hit you, but to limit your range of movement to a range that I can control. After accelerating, continue to reduce your range of movement and give you a feasible route to dodge. You King have to dodge along the route I give you, and the triple door will help me complete the hit. I didn't expect all of you to be hit. Looks like your combat experience still needs to be improved. You've all disappointed me in the end. Liu Chun leisurely walked toward Marshal Bodhi, raised the 9-dragon pillar, and was about to smash it down. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, stunning everyone present. Liu Chun narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky in surprise. Why was there thunder in the sky? At this moment, a white figure floated in the sky. His long hair and white robes fluttered in the wind. 2 flying swords circled around him in a frenzy. Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating his face. His eyes weren't completely white, and he didn't have pupils. Those who hurt my people die. Chapter 493. Ha ha ha, it's Dongfang Ji. Solipsistic, you're finished. Marshal Bodhi laughed loudly. Liu Chun narrowed his eyes. How did this guy fly without wings? Was there such a strong person in the third heaven? He was able to summon thunder in his rage. This Dongfang Ji seemed to be quite strong. In the distance, Cowherd shouted at Liu Chun, "Kid, be careful. That's Marshal Tianming." If the title was given by others or oneself, then Tianming was appointed by the heavens. Marshal Tianming. Liu Chun narrowed his eyes. The Dongfang family is indeed something. Nonsense. The Dongfang family has persevered to be the 6th most powerful human force. How could we not have a Marshal Tianming? Marshal Bodhi did not care that his life was in Liu Chun's hands. Solipsistic, I admit that you're very strong. However, in front of Dongfang Ji, you're like a dog. Dongfang Ji's appearance changed the situation in the City of Exiles. Countless people looked up at that man. It's Marshal Tianming. Oh my God, the Dongfang family sent out a Marshal Tianming. What's the point of the battle of the 10 great clans? Isn't it the number of Marshal Tianming? There are titled marshals every year, but a Marshal Tianming only appears once every few years. It said that every Marshal Tianming is nurtured by the major forces at great cost. They eat elixirs that increase their attributes like jelly beans. They're very strong. There were elixirs that increased attributes in the third heaven. Although they were not as good as the elixirs that Liu Chun ate, many a little makes a mickle. The talents nurtured by the major forces would definitely have terrifying attributes. Not only did they have elixirs, but they also had all sorts of top-notch techniques and equipment. As the treasure of the major forces, Marshal Tianming's resources could be said to be inexhaustible. Solipsistic, it's a pity that I won't be able to see you die in the hands of Dongfang Ji. However, I can tell you in advance that if you fight with the Dongfang family, you'll definitely die. Liu Chun frowned slightly and glanced at Marshal Bodhi. You want to see me die? Sure, I'll give you a chance. I'll keep your life for now, and I'll take it later. Turning his head, Liu Chun looked at the person in the sky. This was the first time Liu Chun had felt pressure from players. Whether it was the Heaven's Punisher Tower, the battle with the Mountain Dwellers, or the battle with the Sky Domain boss, they could only be considered half a player. They didn't even belong to the current Heaven realm. On the other hand, Dongfang Ji was a player from the same Sky Domain as Liu Chun, and they were both humans. For Liu Chun, no human player had ever given him such a strong sense of oppression. He was actually such a strong person. Liu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, and then the corners of his mouth rose. Interesting. Devil's second transformation. Liu Chun spread his wings and flew into the air in his devil form. There were 2 people in the air. One was like the god of thunder descending to the world, while the other was like a demon descending to the world. One of them was surrounded by violent winds, and thunder rumbled above his head. The other was surrounded by black chi, and thunder also rumbled above his head. One's eyes were completely white, while the other's eyes were overflowing with green energy. Dongfang Ji frowned slightly. Your eyes are filled with devil chi. This isn't just a transformation effect. Could it be that you're a devil? Liu Chun also frowned slightly. Your eyes are completely white. Could it be that you have cataracts? Behind him, Cowherd man almost vomited blood and died. What kind of situation was this? And that stupid blind man was still making fun of him. He really didn't want to live anymore. Marshal Bodhi was lying on the ground. When he heard Lu Chen's words, he almost went crazy. He dared to say such rude words to Dongfang Ji. That kid was really crazy. Lu Chen's original intention was not to answer Dongfang Ji's question, but to make fun of him. Lu Chen's mockery infuriated Dongfang Ji. He clenched his teeth and spat out 2 words. You're asking for death. Thunder, Jiuqian, sudden thunder, vanquish demons. 2 bolts of lightning struck from the sky, directly hitting his 2 weapons. Instantly, both weapons glowed with electricity. Electric arcs danced on the swords, making crackling sounds. Lu Chen remembered the name Thunder Jiuqian very clearly. Back in the heart-tempering courtyard, there were 3 heaven-level techniques for him to choose from. In fact, he almost chose the Thunder Jiuqian, but in the end, the Destiny Stone helped him choose the 3 transformations of gods and demons. Weapon enchantment. Lu Chen frowned. Now that he was hit by that guy's 2 weapons, other than the possibility of additional lightning damage, there was also the possibility of him being paralyzed and other abnormal states. This pair of swords complemented the Thunder Jiuqian perfectly. Not only did they have the effect of sudden thunder vanquish demons, but they were also closely connected. Could this pair of weapons be exclusive to the Thunder Jiuqian? Thinking of this, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. He took out the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment and prepared to fight. In the next second, Dongfang Ji had already made his move. Thunder Jiuqian, sudden thunder transformation. The 2 flying swords whistled through the air. This attack was indeed extraordinary. The 2 swords were covered in sparks. At the same time, the area between the 2 swords was filled with electric charges. The original single-target attack suddenly became an area of effect attack. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chen hurriedly dodged. However, Dongfang Ji's sword manipulation technique had already reached the pinnacle. His 2 swords were more agile than any sword manipulation technique that Lu Chen had ever seen. He was truly able to control where the swords pointed. The 2 swords chased after Lu Chen in different trajectories. At the same time, the electric charges in the area between them crackled. Shadow of the Night. Lu Chen immediately used a powerful teleportation skill. Dongfang Ji snorted coldly. Can you outrun lightning? Lightning attraction technique, heavenly punishment. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly streaked down from the sky and struck toward Lu Chen at lightning speed. The lightning was so fast that it definitely surpassed the reaction speed of a superhuman. This bolt of lightning directly struck Lu Chen, who had just appeared. In less than half a second, there was a deafening boom. The speed of the lightning had already surpassed the speed of sound. First there was electricity, then there was the sound of thunder. This sound of thunder pierced through the sky. Combined with such a terrifying sound of thunder, only now did people realize just how terrifying the power of the heavenly punishment lightning that seemed to be sure to hit was. Lu Chen's remaining blood sacrifice shield was instantly destroyed, and he was hit with over 100,000 damage. Although Lu Chen's HP was only reduced by 100,000, the durability of the blood sacrifice shield was still more than 1 million. That guy's heavenly punishment had directly dealt 1 million plus damage. The damage was already comparable to Lu Chen's. Debuff, lightning paralysis, unable to use elixirs, unable to move. Lasts for 3 seconds. This Dongfang Ji could not possibly only have one skill, the Thunder Eclipse. The power of his lightning attraction technique was even more terrifying than the Jiuqian's Thunder Eclipse. The damage was over 1,500,000. Most importantly, not only was the lightning attraction technique's damage off the charts, but the heavenly punishment also caused a 3-second paralysis. Between experts, a 0.5-second stun could be fatal, let alone a 3-second stun. Damn it, that skill can't be dodged. Lu Chen could not help but want to complain. He really did not put up any defense just now and was directly hit by the lightning. The 2 demon subduing swords emitted electric arcs and struck at the perfect moment. Lu Chen could not dodge, and was directly hit by the electric core between the two swords. A heart-wrenching pain came, and Lu Chun was electrocuted again. Dongfang Ji had no intention of stopping. Solipsistic, you're just SOSO. Today, I'll turn you into a sieve. Jutian Thunder Eclipse, Thunderstrike. Lu Chun shouted at the same time, I'm not scared of you. Buddha's salvation. Chapter 494. Buddha saves all lives could only remove the continuous loss of HP, but it had no effect on the paralysis effect. As a heaven tier technique, Buddha saves all lives would not lose to any forcefully activated life-saving skills. Buddha saves all lives could still be used even when the elixir was sealed. Although the invincible golden body could not remove the paralysis effect, it gave him a chance to preserve some HP. Lu Chun wanted this chance to preserve some HP. After he was ready, Dongfang Ji's two swords unleashed two lightning bolts at the same time. They converged into a fork-shaped lightning bolt and struck Lu Chun directly. 3 seconds of paralysis effect and 2 seconds of charging time. The combination of Heavenly Punishment and Thunderstrike was simply a perfect match. After the two lightning bolts converged, the damage value skyrocketed. -1. 88 million. Lu Chun had less than 2 million HP left. Previously, he had used up 100,000 HP. This attack directly emptied Lu Chun's HP. The other effect of Buddha saves all lives was to endure 200% damage. This attack caused Lu Chun to spit out a mouthful of blood. His sturdy chest was blasted black. Dongfang Ji frowned slightly. The kid actually used a skill while he was paralyzed. Buddha saves all lives was at least a heaven-tier technique. However, it did not matter how powerful it was. Solipsistic only had 1 drop of HP left. Even if he was reborn, Dongfang Ji was still confident that he could kill him. After a short while, Lu Chun took a deep breath. Kid, if you can't kill me, it's my turn now. Ghostly shadows. Dongfang Ji snorted. Ghostly shadows? I'm afraid you don't know that I love fighting illusions. Thunder attraction technique, Thunder Seed. A large number of electric balls were separated from the two swords. They quickly scattered in all directions and landed on Lu Chun's 300 illusions. Immediately after, all the small electric balls connected with each other with electric arcs. The entire battlefield instantly formed a lightning net. The illusions would not be attacked. However, if Lu Chun used Descend at this time, he would be attacked horribly. This guy. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Stop struggling. In the third heaven, there are only a handful of people who can defeat me. Dongfang Ji smiled confidently. The Buddha saves all lives saved your life just now. Let's see if you can still survive this time. Combination technique, Thunder Summoning Jiotian. In an instant, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning gather more and more power. What followed next was a baptism of thunder and lightning. The spectators were already dumbfounded by this move. It's a combination skill. It must be 2 heaven tier or above cultivation techniques that are extremely compatible with each other. Only then will there be a certain chance of producing a combined skill. That Dongfang Ji specializes in thunder and lightning, and he has such a terrifying combination technique. He is practically invincible. The lightning element is indeed powerful. Look at the solipsistic ghostly shadows. It's completely useless. No wonder he's Marshal Tianming. He's too strong. Even solipsistic was suppressed. Lu Chun was also stunned for a moment. Was this the combined skill of the thundering Jiotian and the lightning attraction technique? Was it possible to produce such a reaction between skills? The sky and the ground were already connected by countless bolts of lightning. Lu Chun was surrounded by thick bolts of lightning. Due to the attraction of electric charges, new irregular electric arcs were formed in between the adjacent bolts of lightning. At the same time, Dongfang Ji's 2 swords unleashed a lightning net that covered a large area. Lu Chun's own ghostly shadows became the transfer point for the lightning. The entire space was crisscrossed and filled with countless electric arcs. The ground was bombarded by the lightning, and countless cracks appeared. The sky and the ground were like a chaotic hell. Oh my God, this is a disaster. This kind of godly skill shouldn't even appear in the third heaven. Can anyone avoid this kind of attack? It's impossible. There's nowhere to run. Marshal Tianming can be the master of millions. This saying is true. Dongfang Ji is invincible. Bolts of lightning exploded. Lu Chen only had a little bit of HP left. If he was hit, his life would be over. Seeing the overwhelming amount of lightning sweeping towards him, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and activated his skill. Infinite Triple Door. Lu Chen quickly activated his movement skill. After Night Shadow flashed, there was a pause. 7 stars, Chasing the Moon, and Rapid Movement were both rapid movement skills. They were not invincible in between. Neither of these movements were suitable for dodging the lightning, attracting Jyotian. Only the Triple Door could. One door after another, connecting seamlessly. Lu Chen used the Triple Door to open up an independent space in the lightning space. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had already passed through the lightning area and was in front of Dongfang Ji. However, Dongfang Ji did not panic at all. You can actually pass through my lightning attracting Jyotian, but do you think you can hit me at close range? Unless I die, the lightning attracting Jyotian will not stop. I don't believe that you won't stop when you attack. Dongfang Ji was not lying. Although Lu Chen had passed through the lightning area, the surrounding lightning followed closely behind him. As long as he appeared for a moment, the lightning would definitely hit him. Sorry, your lightning can't hit me. Lu Chen sneered and activated his skill right away. Mountain Splitting Strength. Dongfang Ji might not be able to dodge the mountain splitting strength. However, how was Lu Chen going to deal with a lightning net attack? There was definitely a reason why Dongfang Ji was so fearless and did not panic when Lu Chen got close to him. An attack required an attack action. Even if it was only for half a second, he would be hit by the lightning first. It seemed that Lu Chen was already close to him. However, if there was no pause, Dongfang Ji would of course be safe. However, Lu Chen still made his move. The Triple Door kept changing Lu Chen's position. As the mountain splitting strength was changing positions very quickly, Lu Chen's figure appeared in various positions, as if it was playing a video clip. There were even illusions. The lightning flashed, but did not hit Lu Chen. Dongfang Ji's eyes widened. This is impossible. Unfortunately, Dongfang Ji could not dodge in front of the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. Lu Chen hit Dongfang Ji from midair with his staff, and he fell straight to the ground. The 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment smashed him into the ground like a giant staff. The Triple Door kept changing Lu Chen's figure. He seemed to have turned into an invincible existence and instantly appeared in front of Dongfang Ji. Lu Chen was not sure if this guy was affected by the levitation effect. After all, he could float in midair by himself. Perhaps he was using some kind of electric charge. Anyway, Lu Chen did not use the more damaging Heaven and Earth Total Annihilation. 8 barren heavens and earth. The lower his HP, the higher Lu Chen's attack power. This 8 barren heavens and earth dealt full damage. One attack, Heavenly Wrath type, dealt 24 million damage. Dongfang Ji's 11 million HP was like a roller coaster as it dropped to the bottom. When he was left with 10% HP, Dongfang Ji activated a passive skill and formed a lightning shield around him. It forcefully maintained 5 million durability and dealt lightning damage to Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's attack power was too high. The shield disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The 5 million durability disappeared instantly, and the remaining 1 million HP was emptied at the same time. Lu Chen suffered 5 million lightning damage. However, his HP seemed to be locked and did not move at all after the attack. The rumbling lightning in the sky finally stopped. All the electric charges in the air disappeared. Lu Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dongfang Ji was not resurrected. Standing next to Dongfang Ji's corpse, Lu Chen shook his head. This guy's a bit of a cockroach. I was too careless. I came back strong, but I almost lost my life. Damn, That's too embarrassing. Fortunately, Xiaomin saved Lu Chen's face. Hearing this, the Dongfang family members' faces turned pale. This guy was already so strong, but he had more than one life. Lu Chen bent down and grabbed Dongfang Ji's collar. He lifted him up and turned around to look at the Dongfang family members. You don't have to care about Azura's life. However, this guy should be of some value to you. I'll ask you one more time. Is his life more important, or is the map in your hands more important? Hearing this, Dongfang Xiong almost collapsed. Of some value? Dongfang Ji was the Dongfang family's life. Chapter 495. Dongfang Ji's importance was far greater than Azura's. He was the foundation of the Dongfang family's position in the third heaven. Dongfang Xiong's face was pale. He never expected that the 5 title marshals would be completely crushed by this solipsistic. Even Dongfang Ji was killed by a sliver of HP. Faced with Lu Chen's threat, Dongfang Xiong's mind raced. He waited until Lu Chen threw Dongfang Ji's body in front of everyone before he took a deep breath and walked out. Solipsistic, you've just arrived in the third heaven and you're already so arrogant. You stole the Dongfang family's treasure. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by everyone? Lu Chen suddenly felt that it was very funny. He looked up at Dongfang Xiong. Brother, stop joking. Didn't you want to steal my map and Heaven's Punishment Tower's treasure from the beginning? Now that you've lost, you're making a false accusation? Why do you people like to distort the truth so much? That map originally belonged to the Dongfang family. You killed my people and stole my family's treasure in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by everyone? Oh, so it's your family's. Yes, everything belongs to your family. Lu Chen shook his head. He realized that he was going to be shameless to the end with Dongfang Xiong. If you say that, then I don't want to talk to you anymore. I, solipsistic, stole the Dongfang family's treasure and killed your people. Is there a problem? Dongfang Xiong almost vomited blood. He knew about solipsistic's deeds. He protected his teammates in front of the Heaven's Punishment Tower without hesitation and left his ID to prevent his teammates from being wanted. When Qin Yun was about to capture Suong, this guy risked his life to save them. All these signs seemed to indicate that he was a righteous person. He originally thought that solipsistic was a rare, kind of chivalrous person who saw injustice and wanted to use public opinion to pressure him so that he would not continue to threaten them. Who knew that this guy was not a chivalrous person, but a scoundrel? He choked to death with one sentence. Lu Chen scoffed. Ridiculed by everyone? Attacked by everyone? You're also a joker. Do you think I'm afraid of this? I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. If you give me the map, I'll let Dongfang Ji go. This kid has some potential, and I don't have much of a grudge against him, so I'll let him go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Solipsistic. You just came to the 3rd layer of heaven. Do you have a cultivation method that could destroy the body? The second elder of the Dongfang family stood out. Lu Chen smiled. You really hit the nail on the head. I really didn't. Just as the Dongfang family members heaved a sigh of relief, Lu Chen raised his hand and a furry little mouse appeared in his hand. Little fur ball, I know you don't like to eat dead things, but I'll have to bear with it this time. The little furball's body suddenly expanded to 50 to 60 meters, instantly turning into a giant beast. As soon as the little fur ball appeared, the crowd from the City of Exiles burst into an uproar. My God, it's that big rat. Someone in the crowd recognized the little fur ball, that guy who almost ate the frostbone dragon in the trial battlefield. He's the one-armed Grim Reaper. Solipsistic is the Grim Reaper. Oh my God, Solipsistic has been living in the City of Exiles all this time. That big rat killed people in a very cruel way. It directly cut open the stomach and damaged the body. Damn it, I've been having nightmares ever since I saw it at the trial battlefield. Dongfang Xiong's face was clouded as he heard the discussion around him. They had confirmed that Solipsistic was the one-armed Grim Reaper, but they didn't know how the one-armed Grim Reaper fought in the trial battlefield. They felt a chill down their spines when they heard what the people around them said. Solipsistic didn't have a cultivation method that could destroy the body, but he had a battle pet that could. Seeing the little fur ball walking toward Dongfang Ji, Dongfang Xiong became anxious. Stop. I'll give it to you. Lu Qin smiled. Little fur ball. He called the little fur ball back. Dongfang Ji and Dongfang Ji. Deal, solipsistic you wait and see. The Dongfang family will never let this go. Lu Qin didn't seem to hear that. He put the last piece of the treasure map together and put it into his backpack after making sure that there was no problem. He looked up and grinned at Dongfang Xiong. Finally, Xiong, thanks. Dongfang Xiong was fuming with anger. This guy was so thick-skinned that he could summon a thunder Jiutian with his bare body. Let's go. The Dongfang family members left angrily. Lu Qin looked back. Something was wrong. He still had Azura's body. Didn't they want it? Poor Azura. The Dongfang family members went back to their campsite. They packed up and were about to leave the City of Exiles. At the moment, only the residents of the City of Exiles were left. Lu Qin's gaze fell on an old man. This guy was sleeping in the bed next to Lu Qin's. He was shocked, and his body was stiff. He had never seen the one-armed Grim Reaper, nor did he know about solipsistic. However, he had seen Little Furball, the little pet that slept beside Lu Qin's pillow all day. The solipsistic, who was wanted by the entire server, slept next to him for a few days. He didn't even dream of it. Lu Qin walked to the old man and smiled at him. Brother, hey brother. The old man finally recovered. Kid, no mad god. Lu Qin shook his head. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. You asked me before, but I didn't tell you the truth. Now do you know how many people are looking for me? Yes, I know. You're wanted by all the races in the third heaven, Lu Qin sighed. Sigh, I wanted to recuperate in the City of Exiles, but it seems that I can't stay here any longer. Lu Qin had a good impression of the old man. When he first accepted the mission of the Man of Sacrifice, the old man stopped him. It was obvious that the old man didn't want him to die. With that, Lu Qin took out a dozen regeneration pills. We're fated to meet. I don't need these pills, so I'll leave them for you. If you can't survive in the City of Exiles, you should leave immediately. The old man didn't expect solipsistic to take care of him like this. He was touched. Mad God, there's still people looking for me outside. Let's add each other as friends. Lu Qin sent a friend request. If they want to make trouble for you, tell them my name. If they still want to touch you, send me a message. If I tell them your name, won't I die even more miserably? You're wanted by all the races in the third heaven. Only 2 small cities want me. Won't I also be wanted by all the races? Lu Qin was speechless. His friend request was rejected, but what he said seemed to be the truth. It's possible. Why don't you secretly show it to the people looking for you? Is that okay? Ahem, it shouldn't be a problem, Lu Qin said with uncertainty. The old man was speechless. Why did he feel that this guy was especially unreliable? However, the old man still accepted the friend request. Mad God, not just anyone can add you as a friend. Even if I'm wanted by all the races, my trip to the Jiutian was worth it. Lu Qin smiled. Brother, we'll meet again if we're fated. In fact, Lu Qin knew that this farewell might be forever. Some people were destined to end their fates here. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lu Qin looked up and scanned the soldiers of the City of Exiles. Everyone was puzzled. This guy seemed to be looking for someone, but they didn't know who he was looking for. Chapter 496. With a stealth, Lu Qin changed into a human skin and appeared in front of everyone again. Although his appearance had changed, his gaze remained the same. Everyone could see that solipsistic's gaze was not murderous. When he walked over, everyone could feel a chill and couldn't help but retreat. Standing in front of the 3 soldiers, Lu Qin sneered. Do the 3 of you still recognize me? The 3 of them were the death warriors who had issued the mission. When they were watching the show, the 3 of them had been chatting enthusiastically. Now, they had another topic to talk about. Even when solipsistic walked in front of them, they still didn't know what was going on. Mad God, why you want to give us pills too, don't you? They clearly saw how Mad God casually gave the old man a dozen regeneration pills. Lu Qin couldn't help but laugh. The 3 of them were really funny. They didn't even know who he was. Taking out the exile mask, Lu Chan put it on and placed his right hand behind his back. What about now? Do you still think I'm here to give you pills? The three of them were flabbergasted. They tried to identify it carefully. Gradually, an image appeared in their minds. Once they thought of that person, their faces turned pale and their eyes filled with fear. Why, you're that cripple. Luchan took off his mask and smiled. You remember now? Very good. I don't have to help you remember. Since you recognize me, then you three should also remember that during the mission, you colluded with the Sky Devil race and sold me information. You sent me to my death. The three of them couldn't help but retreat. Their bodies were trembling, but their mouths were still quibbling. Mad God, why you must be mistaken. We don't know what you're talking about. Colluding with the Sky Devil race? We would never collude with outsiders. That's right. We've been issuing missions in the City of Exiles and haven't left the city at all. At the side, a man in armor also walked up. Mad God, are you mistaken? The three of them are my subordinates. If they really did collude with other races, I will definitely punish them severely. But everything needs to have evidence. That's right. Lord Drifting Goblet, please help us. Drifting Goblet glanced at the three of them and said, if the three of you are really colluding with outsiders, I won't protect you. Luchin smiled. Evidence? Sorry, I don't have any. If you don't have any evidence, please calm down. Give me some time, and I will get to the bottom of this. If the three of them really betrayed the human race and used their authority to make things difficult for Mad God, I, Drifting Goblet, will definitely give you an explanation. Lu Chun shook his head. I appreciate your professional integrity, but I don't need you to give me justice. If you want to investigate, you can do it afterwards. But no one can protect the person I want. Then, Lu Chin's gaze gradually turned cold. Little furball, let's eat. Don't leave a single bone for me. The little furball jumped out of Lu Chin's palm and enlarged in midair. When the surrounding people saw this fellow, they hurriedly dodged. The three pitiful people didn't even have time to dodge before the little fur ball pounced on them and bit them on the shoulder. Mad God, we were wrong. You can kill us to vent your anger, but please don't destroy our bodies. Spare us, Mad God, spare us. Lord Drifting Goblet, please save us. Luchin looked at the three impatiently. Little fur ball, eat slowly. Drifting Goblet's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to stop him. Even Dongfang Ji wasn't a match for Solipsistic. Not only would he not be able to save them, he might even cause Mad God to vent his anger on the City of Exiles. If this matter was true, Mad God had been framed in the City of Exiles. If the investigation was carried out, the City of Exiles wouldn't be able to get away with it. Moreover, a person like Mad God wouldn't make things difficult for mere soldiers. This matter was definitely true, but there was no evidence. Drifting Goblet wasn't stupid. He didn't try to stop Lu Chun. Amidst the screams, the three mission officers were devoured by the little furball. Not even their bones were left. Even those who had participated in the cruel battles of the 10,000 tribes battlefield all year round were shocked and frightened by this scene. At the moment, people's impression of Solipsistic was becoming more and more difficult to define. He had won the battle against the Dongfang family, but he hadn't really killed them. To the City of Exiles, the old man was like an old friend. He gave them medicine, added them as friends, and called them brother. He didn't put on airs at all. Sometimes he would be so cruel that he would let his battle pets devour three soldiers. Also, he wouldn't give anyone a chance to explain. He didn't even show respect to the City of Exiles. He was unreasonable. Instead of calling such a lone tyrant Mad God, it would be better to call him Mad Demon. After killing the three little people, Lu Chun snorted and turned around. Little furball, let's go. He didn't know if the Dongfang family would remember Azura. Anyway, Lu Chun didn't need to take his body with him. He would just leave him at the gate of the City of Exiles and let him revive himself. Cowherd walked next to Lu Chun without saying a word. Lu Chun looked at Cowherd curiously. Why are you so quiet? That's not your style. Cowherd darted a look at Lu Chun. I'm just too excited. Kid, I didn't know that you were so strong. Not even Marshal Tian Ming could defeat you. That little bit of blood essence of yours is so powerful. Also, you killed those three little people well. That was so satisfying. I wanted to kill them for a long time, but I didn't dare to offend the city of exiles. Now I can finally vent my anger. I didn't think that I would run into you when I was on the move. Hey kid, tell me, will I die when you get close to me? No, you're also very good at long-range attacks. That purple mist blind kill really blinded me. Lu Chun shook his head with a smile. Okay, you should stop for a while. Let's find a place to look at the treasure map. Hey, you haven't answered me yet. Are you good at long-range attacks, close-range attacks, or battle pets? Tell me, I'm very curious. Hey. Lu Chun regretted opening Cowherd's mouth and hurried to the front. Under a giant tree in the battlefield, Lu Chun and Cowherd cleared a patch of grass and sat on the ground to study the treasure map. Lu Chun already had a complete treasure map in his hands. He had looked at the previous 7 copies and compared them to the one from the Dongfang family. The one from the Dongfang family was based on the surrounding mountains. It seemed useless. However, Lu Chun noticed that there were 3 lines of words in the upper right corner. Heaven and earth give birth to treasures. Those who are fated can obtain them. When heaven and earth are reversed, there is a place for treasures. When the sun and the moon alternate, there is a time for treasures. Lu Chun frowned and looked at Cowherd. Oh my God, I'm so lucky to have this last corner. The meaning of the 2 sentences was obvious. The first sentence was that the coordinates had to be reversed. That was the true location of the treasure. The second sentence was that after finding the treasure, there was a time requirement to take it out. When the sun and the moon alternate, it would be 4 or 5 in the morning and 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Sure enough, the last corner they were missing actually hid the most important information. Without this corner, Lu Chun was afraid that he would never be able to find the treasure. It was interesting. The Dongfang family had the most important information, but they didn't know the location of the treasure. Not a good place to hide. Cowherd frowned. Heaven and earth give birth to treasures. That sounds powerful. No wonder the Dongfang family is trying so hard to find the treasure map. Lu Chun nodded. Okay, now that we know where the treasure is, let's go. Chapter 497. After reversing the coordinates on the treasure map, Lu Chun and Cowherd headed towards the new treasure location. Kid, aren't the new coordinates in human territory? Is it okay for just the 2 of us to go? Cowherd was still worried. There's a saying in my hometown, nothing ventured, nothing gained. We just have to be a little more careful. Along the way, they encountered many racial wars. However, Lu Chun's eyesight was amazing. With Cowherd's little bobcat scouting the way, the 2 of them avoided the battlefield and continued to approach their destination. When it came to treasure hunting, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. The 2 of them kept a low profile. Later on, they rested during the day and traveled at night. Everyone said that the myriad race battlefield was dangerous. However, on the other hand, there were almost no lone players in the myriad race battlefield. As long as they avoided large groups, it was only the 2 of them traveling. During the day, when they rested in the cave, the 2 of them took turns to go offline to eat and let Furry and the others guard the cave entrance. However, they only had a quick meal and still slept online. Lu prepared food every day and waited for her brother to come down to eat. Speaking of which, although Lu Chun encountered a few huge changes in the 3rd heaven, he had only been in the 3rd heaven for about a month. During the meal, Lu was also very curious about the 3rd heaven. The 2 of them would chat while eating. Brother, you seem to be very busy recently. Is the 3rd heaven very dangerous? Lu Chun stuffed himself with food and muttered, It's dangerous. You guys train well in the 2nd heaven. Don't be in a hurry to come to the 3rd heaven. We can't go even if we want to. Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary was killed by you, but it's still too early for us to defeat the Hell Mode boss. Lu Chun nodded. It was a good thing that the players from Earth did not come to the 3rd heaven. He could not take care of so many people now. After I left, did anyone cause trouble for you guys? Not really. We're taking advantage of the time to level up. Now, each country has set up a special department in charge of purchasing equipment. It feels like everyone is preparing for war. Lu Chun smiled. That's good. Earth is too weak. We have to unite or we won't be able to survive. Brother, are there aliens in the third heaven? Yes. Not just aliens. Most of them are not even human. Not human? What was the meaning of this? Wasn't he a human? I've already thought about it. The second heavens division is the human galaxy's 19th district. If the third heaven is combined, then there might be other strange races. Lu Yi's interest was immediately piqued. Brother, are they strong? Lu Chun thought about it. He couldn't say too much, or Lu Yi would be under too much pressure. It was just like when you were level 1 and suddenly found out that the monsters behind you were all level 100. There was no process of progressing step by step. Instead, it made you lose motivation. Moreover, the terror of the third heaven was not as simple as a few foreign races. 10,000 races were fighting for hegemony. The human race was weak, attributes were extracted, the physical body was damaged, and the human heart was sinister. Various major forces had various kinds of elixirs to increase attributes, and so on. The third heaven had more opportunities, but there was no doubt that the first and second heavens could not compare to the dangers. Lu Chun didn't want his sister to know about these things too early. He didn't even want his sister to come to the third heaven. However, just the extraction of attributes alone was not enough to stop people from crazily longing for the third heaven. Lu Yi was his sister after all. Both siblings had strong personalities, and his sister had grown up. He couldn't help his sister make these decisions. In short, he would wait for Lu Yi and the others to increase their strength first. It's okay. Don't think too much. You'll know what the third heaven is like when you come and see for yourself. Now, you guys should focus on leveling up and getting equipment. Oh, I know. Lu Yi pouted disappointedly. Actually, I know even if you don't say it. You must be very powerful to be able to go to the third heaven. But don't worry, I'll definitely go to the third heaven to look for you. Then, Lu Chun asked about the development of violent waves. Now, violent waves had become one of the major forces on Earth. Lung Nuo had completely given up on her acting career and focused on managing violent waves. Now, with the influence of Jiu Qian, it had far surpassed the film industry. Lung Nuo had also unexpectedly become an influential figure in another field. In addition, the experts on Earth were also humbly learning from the old players in the second heaven. Their strength was steadily increasing. Seeing that Earth's development was not bad, Lu Chun had nothing to worry about. Li Muhua and the others still lived near Lu Chen's house. They took the opportunity to call him when it was time for dinner. The Huaxia Alliance wanted to know about the third heaven. Lu Chun did not know much about the third heaven and only gave them a few important pieces of information. First, the third heaven was more difficult and cruel. The physical body would directly affect the players. However, Lu Chun himself was not particularly clear about the extent of the effect. Second, the third heaven's overall environment was a struggle for hegemony. The human race only occupied 1/10,000th of the territory. Moreover, within the human race, the major forces were entrenched. Muhua, there's one more thing that I have to tell your boss. Lu Chen's tone was not joking. Li Muhua was still immersed in the shock of the first 2 points. When he heard Lu Chen's rare serious tone, he knew that the last point must be very important. He immediately said, "Okay, I'll bring my boss here." "Bring your boss here? Aren't you nearby?" "Yes, my boss is here too. He also lives here. Now, the entire neighborhood has been taken over by us. You're surrounded by us, haha. F***CK, I bought a commercial building, okay? I didn't buy a military base. Big brother, don't you know? Right now, your personal safety is the highest priority in Huaxia. Your safety is related to the direction of human society. Who would dare to not pay attention to you? Don't worry. I promise you that our mission is to ensure the safety of you and Lu Yi. Nothing else." Lu Chun trusted Li Muhua's character. Moreover, he was online for a long time. If his sister went out, he would feel more at ease with someone protecting her. "All right, then I'll ask the leader to come over personally." When he was online, he and Cowherd were still hiding in the cave. With the little fur ball around, it was not a big problem. However, what he wanted to say was very important. Lu Chun spent more time offline today. Fortunately, not long after, Li Muhua arrived at Lu Chen's villa with an old man. Lu Chen had never seen this old man before. However, from the star mark on his shoulder, it was enough to tell his level. "Ha, my God, how are you?" The old man walked over enthusiastically as soon as he entered and took the initiative to shake Lu Chen's hand. "Nice to meet you, sir," Lu Chen said politely. "What's sir? I'm not your sir. Just call me Old Lin." The person who came was the mysterious person who had planned this, Li Muhua's boss, Lin Hai. "Mad God," Muhua said, "that you have something to tell me personally?" Lu Chen nodded. "Elder Lin, I'll say this first. The environment I'm in online is not absolutely safe, so I'm afraid I can't talk to you in detail." "Is that so? All right, let's make it short." Lu Chen immediately told Elder Lin about the attribute extraction. The upper limit of level 3 is level 4. The maximum extraction for each attribute is 100 points. Currently, I can't buy or exchange materials with my military rank. I don't know what a little attribute is in the real world, Lu Chen said. However, no matter how much it is, this is an illegal thing. I haven't mentioned this to anyone yet. I'm afraid that it might cause a riot if it gets out. Lin Hai frowned. Although he was mentally prepared and knew that what Lu Chen was going to say was not a small matter, after hearing it for a long time, even with his courage and wisdom, he still couldn't calm down. "Little Lu, you've done the right thing. I need to report this to my superiors. We need to discuss this at length. Yes, I believe you. That Elder Lin, I really have to go online. I've offended some people recently, and I feel that it's not safe." "Oh, you just gone online and you've already offended people? Can you handle it? Do you need any support from us?" Lin Hai looked at Lu Chen worriedly. This kid's safety was too important to humans, regardless of whether it was online or offline. Although we can't go up to level 3, we should be able to help you purchase some items. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. "It's useless. Firstly, you can't send it up even if you buy it. Secondly, the entire level 3 is after me. It's useless no matter how many items you buy." Suddenly, Lin Hai's expression froze. This kid had offended the entire level 3. Chapter 498. Lin Hai had just said that Lu Chen's safety was the most important thing, and now he knew that Lu Chen had offended the entire third heaven. The bad news came too quickly, and it was hard for him to take it all in. It seemed that he could only rely on Lu Chen himself. Lin Hai did not dare to delay Lu Chen from going online, so he got up and left. He still had to report the important information that Lu Chen had given him. He would wait for the decision to be made when the time came. The area of the 10,000 races battlefield was larger than expected. Without riding a mount, Lu Chen and Cowherd took 5 days to cross the 10,000 races battlefield. According to the coordinates, the two of them arrived at the territory of the demon race. The demon race and the demon race only differed by one word, but they were two different races. The demon race's physical body was extremely strong, while the demon race's spiritual power growth was higher. They were not big, about the size of an ordinary person, and they were good at transforming. Simply put, the demon race was more like the legendary beasts on Earth. They were huge and ferocious, but after transforming, they would at most have the face of a beast and the body of a human. On the other hand, the demon race was more like the fox spirits in Earth's legends. They could completely transform into the appearance of more than 10 races. "Shao Kuang, the demon race's fortress is in front of us. We have to go through here to reach the treasure location." Cowherd frowned. "How are we going to get there?" Lu Chen frowned. Should they force their way in? They would be too big a target, and it would not be good for treasure hunting. It would be best if they could sneak in quietly. Looking at the demon race that entered and exited the fortress, most of them were in human form. He did not know why they were so keen on transforming into humans. There were also some who appeared in their original forms, such as wolves, tigers, leopards, snakes, scorpions, rats, dogs. After observing for a while, Lu Chen realized that the soldiers did not even test the demon race that entered and exited in their original forms and directly let them go. "Sigh, I definitely won't be able to get through. Kid, it seems that I can only accompany you until here. You still have hope of getting through alone." It's too much of a burden to bring me along. Cowherd sighed. Actually, it doesn't matter if I can't get through or not. I just want to follow you and broaden my horizons. If you need any help, I'll help. I'll see if I can lure some of the sentries away for you. You can take the opportunity to sneak over. Lu Chun frowned and didn't say anything. After a while, he suddenly looked at Cowherd Man. Hey, old man, I can take you there, but you might have to suffer a little. How? This place is filled with demon soldiers. Even if we try to force our way in, it might be difficult. Don't worry about how I brought you there. Just tell me, do you have any objections? If it's safe, of course I have no objections. Who doesn't want to see what a treasure of heaven and earth looks like? That's good. Lu Chun smirked. You're the one who volunteered, so don't blame me. Devour. Before Cowherd Man could understand what was going on, he saw Lu Chin's mouth open at an astonishing angle, and then in one gulp, swallowed him whole. What the? You. Cowherd Man's words couldn't be heard clearly. Lu Chin's mouth returned to normal. He patted his stomach and said, Speaking of which, you're the second person I've swallowed. Old man, stay in my stomach. Lu Chin's stomach started to roll. Cowherd Man didn't seem to want to stay in there obediently. Don't mess around. Lu Chun patted his stomach. Then, Lu Chun opened the monster merchant shop. Speaking of which, Lu Chun hadn't opened the monster merchant shop in a long time. The main reason was that the monster merchant shop seemed to help him evolve and upgrade his army. After coming to the third layer of heaven, Lu Chun hadn't even seen a single monster. The monsters he saw were all players, which made him quite depressed. Now, he finally had a use for the monster merchant shop. Exchange. Lu Chun looked at the skins in the monster merchant shop. Among the monsters he killed, for example, the werewolves, most of them were actually more similar to the demon race. They were all mutated beasts. The only truly normal animals were the poisonous spider and the green python. The poisonous spider was an insect, so it shouldn't be considered a demon race. Only the green python was left. Damn, I can only exchange for this? There's no other choice. Forget it, it's just an outpost anyway. I'll exchange for the green python skin. Lu Chun began to change into the green python skin. His four limbs curled up, his two legs closed together, his neck became thicker, and his body became narrower. This was the first time he completely turned into a giant python. Lu Chun panicked. Damn, my lower body is gone. Mine is gone. Change into human skin. Quick. Not long after, Lu Chun turned back into human form. He turned around and checked that everything was fine. That scared me to death. Although it's just a body in the game, it still feels weird. After confirming that it was only a temporary separation from his brother, Lu Chun turned into a giant python again. He checked the character panel. Lu Chun had completely turned into a giant green python. It was about 7 to 8 meters long, with a flat head that flicked its tongue from time to time. It should be about time. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Lu Chun swam out of the forest. This giant python twisted its body and used its stomach to walk. Lu Chun twisted his body with all his might. Damn, my spine. No, I have to control the rhythm and change the direction regularly. 1, 2, 3, 4, change direction. 2, 2, 3, 4, one more time. The passing demons looked at the strange, twisting green python in surprise. That guy's walking is so enchanting. Maybe snakes don't walk properly during mating season. You two stop looking. Get more military points today. Hurry up and catch up. The sentries looked at Lu Chun swimming past them and smiled. As expected of a member of our demon race. Even walking is so domineering. This brother snake must have gotten a lot of military points. Look at his bulging stomach. Did he swallow some alien? How many military points did brother snake get? Cough, cough. 3 or 4. That's not bad. You can get 3 or 4 military points in one trip. Soon, you can become a militia captain. Lu Chun broke out in a cold sweat and swam with all his might. After passing the outpost with great difficulty, Lu Chun found that behind the outpost was a demon ray city. Inside the city, there were soldiers patrolling from time to time. Damn it, Lu Chun had a headache and could only continue swimming. In front of him, a group of human couples were quarreling. What's the point of caring about this body? Are you really used to walking with two legs? It's still more convenient for us to use our own bodies. But it's too ugly. What's so ugly about it? Do you think two legs look good? Look at that brother snake. In my eyes, he's especially handsome. That's because he dares to show himself. Lu Chan passed by with tears in his eyes. Fortunately, only demons could transform into humans. No one had ever heard of humans transforming into demons. Naturally, no one suspected this giant python that walked stiffly. Lu Chan was unimpeded all the way and exited from the other side of the city gate. After exiting the city gate, Lu Chan dived into the dense forest and found a place to change back into his human form. Oh my, I look like me now. Lu Chan panted heavily. Just transforming into a snake is not as good as my original spider form. That was ugly, but I could run and fly. After finding a rock to sit on, Lu Chan opened the treasure map again. The location of the treasure was not far from here. There were no soldiers outside checking, so he could change back into his human form without any problems. Opening his personal map, Lu Chan marked the coordinates of the treasure and continued on his way. The treasure was born in the territory of the demons. They seem to be very talented in spiritual power. Could this treasure be related to spiritual power? Lu Chan could not figure out what kind of treasure it was. Old man, stay in my stomach first. I'll let you out when we arrive. Chapter 499. In the evening, a newly completed skyscraper in the capital of Huaxia had just finished its listing. Ninefold Heaven-Earth Alliance Headquarters. Due to the international status of Huaxia and the fact that Solipsistic was also a citizen of Huaxia, Huaxia became the best choice for the Earth Alliance headquarters. On the top floor of the building, there were about 20 to 30 people in charge of the major member states. Everyone was leveling up during the day, so the meeting was held at this time. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood was a general of Huaxia in reality named Song Junqing. At this time, he had just reported the important information of the third heaven to the meeting members. As soon as he finished, there was a commotion. There is no doubt that the three pieces of news brought back by Lu Chan, especially the last one, made these people completely crazy. I can't believe it. If this is true, then the fate of Earth will be completely changed. The representative of the United States could not calm his emotions. He stood up and walked back and forth. Attribute extraction. My God, the fate of mankind will be changed. Technology may no longer be the most productive force. The most primitive is the closest to the essence. The secret of the universe is hidden in our bodies. The third heaven, we must go to the third heaven. It seemed that the influence of the ninefold heaven, which was already unprecedented, would increase again. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood raised his hand and motioned for everyone to quiet down. Everyone, please calm down. I have an important piece of information here. This information is no less important than the information brought back by Mad God. When everyone heard this, they finally quieted down. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood took a deep breath. Jusi, Sengoku, Shuangxi, and Dongli. When you were in the first heaven, you should have some impression of these four people. At that time, the closed beta players had just appeared and caused a huge uproar around the world. But at that time, there were people stronger than the closed beta players, and that was these four people. In the battle with Bone King, the four of them summoned Kwafu's soul, but unfortunately, they were still defeated. However, Bone King did not underestimate Kwafu at that time. He said that the Kwafu summoned by Jusi and the others did not have divine power and was not to be feared. In other words, it was not that Kwafu was not strong, but that there seemed to be something wrong. Losers were always forgotten, but when Song Junqing mentioned these four IDs again, everyone quickly remembered. Recently, Jusi contacted me and told me an important piece of information. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood swept his gaze across the crowd. After making sure that everyone was listening to him, he said, "They will send people to assist us in entering the third heaven as soon as possible." Two pieces of heavy news came one after another, and the scene immediately went out of control. A group of people surrounded the Great Wall of iron and blood. Song, can you make it clear that they will help us enter the third heaven as soon as possible? Who are they? How can you help us? The Iron Blood Great Wall shook his head. James, I'm sorry. Juicy only gave me this piece of information. The Saint Gate didn't say anything else. Oh, by the way, he also said something. His original words were, "It's a matter of life and death for Earth. It's useless to rely on solipsistic alone. Hurry up and invite him over. We can't hold on much longer." What do you mean? Are you hiding anything? Are they Earthlings? What does it have to do with the survival of Earth? How many of them are there? How strong are they? Which heaven are they in? The Great Wall of Iron and Blood felt a headache coming on. He tried his best to answer patiently. I don't know either. I've already shared all the information I've received with you. Everyone calm down first. This is all the information we've received so far. Listen, we can only analyze and deduce from the information they gave us. As for the questions you asked me, as the chairman of the Earth Alliance, I assure you that I know as much as you do. In the face of an unknown catastrophe, no one dares to bear the consequences of concealing information. Only then did everyone calm down. Song Junshang heaved a sigh of relief, straightened his clothes, and continued. There are 9 heavens, 1 heaven for each heaven. The news that Mad God brought back said that the races in the 3rd heaven are fighting for hegemony, and humans are on the decline. This seems to indicate that the situation of humans in the higher heavens will be even more difficult. Our strategy department in Huaxia is currently inclined to believe the news that Juicy sent back. Somewhere, the organization that Juicy is struggling to hold on and is on the verge of collapse. It's actually not that important whether they're Earthlings or not. What I know is that once they collapse, it will directly affect the safety of Earth in the real world. Therefore, whether it's to explore the attribute extraction of the 3rd heaven, or even the secrets of the higher heavens, or to deal with the unknown catastrophe that may appear on Earth, no matter from which point of view, if Juicy and the others have sent experts to help us increase our strength, we should do our best to level up. This doesn't conflict with each other. The Great Wall of Iron and Blood's analysis was very thorough. Regardless of whether Juicy was telling the truth or not, he had only sent people to help the players on Earth level up. Originally, they wanted to enter the 3rd heaven as soon as possible. Of course, it was best to have someone to assist them. As for the question of Earth's survival, it would have to wait until their strength increased. Everyone, for now, this information should not be disclosed for the time being to avoid causing chaos among the masses. Please emphasize this point when communicating with your country's decision-making bodies later and list this information as highly confidential. Song Junshang continued. In response to this opportunity or challenge, we now propose a suggestion. We need all countries to reduce their military expenditures and vigorously support Jiotian's top teams. In the name of the Huaxia Alliance, I guarantee that the information I just shared is completely accurate. Please discuss and vote on my suggestion. The meeting finally entered the normal process. During the banquet, the representatives of each country picked up their phones and discussed with their country's parliament and leaders. This matter involved the security of each country and a huge amount of money. Naturally, it was not something that could be resolved today. It was just that these few pieces of important news had also caused an uproar among the higher-ups of each country. They still needed time to digest it, but there was no doubt that in the near future, Earth would usher in some revolutionary changes. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chun finally arrived at the coordinates. Ugh! Lu Chun spat out the cowherd in one mouthful. As a special effects skill, the cowherd was fortunately not covered in Lu Chun's saliva. However, his entire face was pale, as if he had experienced some terrifying experience. Kid, I'm warning you. If you dare to swallow me next time, this old man will fight it out with you. Being swallowed by a grown man for several days, and Lu Chun even had to eat some dry food. Thinking about it, it was not a happy thing. I asked you before, and you said you were willing. Lu Chun shook his head. If I didn't use this method, would I have brought you here? This? Who knew that you had such a strange skill? I've never seen it in my life. Old man, Don't be angry. Look, we've already arrived at the coordinates of the treasure. Lu Chun patted the cowherd's shoulder. The cowherd shook his head. He had already swallowed him, and there was nothing he could do. He then turned his head and looked ahead. In front of him was a ruin filled with bones. The bones of unknown creatures were everywhere. Most of them were buried underground, but the exposed parts were not hard to imagine how huge their bodies were. A cold wind raged around them, and the cowherd could be heard. The cowherd could not help but shiver. "Kid, this place is a little strange." Chapter 500. What's so strange about it? Lu Chun asked, puzzled. Do you know what kind of skeleton these are? Cowherd looked at Lu Chun. I don't know. Lu Chun didn't know many races, not to mention that these were all skeletons, making it even harder to identify. Are they from the ancient dragon clan? Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. Yes, to be precise, they aren't a member of the myriad races. Let's put it this way. Your mount, the nine-winged celestial dragon, is a branch of the ancient dragon clan. The same goes for the azure dragon and the black flame dragon emperor. Lu Chun frowned. Branch? In other words, the nine-winged celestial dragon and my two divine beast whelps aren't from the ancient dragon clan in the true sense? Cowherd continued. Yes. I saw a passage of text in an instance dungeon that recorded their history. The ancient dragon clan was very powerful, but because they were too arrogant in their eyes, there were only two forces, themselves and others. Often, one ancient dragon clan member occupied a territory. If others of their kind entered their territory, they wouldn't hesitate to attack them. But even if the ancient dragon clan was so unique, at their peak, they still occupied 90% of the third heaven's territory. Lu Chun was shocked. 90%? That's almost monopolizing the third heaven. The individual strength of the ancient dragon clan was too strong. But why did the third heaven become what it is today? The stone tablet didn't explain it in detail, but it mentioned that at a certain time, almost all the ancient dragon clan in the third heaven disappeared. It was extremely rare to see one, and those ancient dragon clan members who were alone only appeared for a very short period of time before disappearing. Cowherd touched a dragon bone beside him and knocked it hard. Kid, look, the stone tablet recorded things from thousands of years ago, but the bones exposed to the surface are still so sturdy. You can imagine how terrifying the ancient dragon clan's body was. Lu Chun also knocked on the dragon bone. It was indeed sturdy. I didn't think that there would be so many ancient dragon skeletons here. Kid, this place is exposed. The people from the Yao race should be able to see it. I wonder if the treasure is still here. Let's hurry up and find it. Reality proved that bringing Cowherd along had its benefits. Cowherd had been in the third heaven for so long, and what he had seen and heard was what Lu Chun lacked. The two of them continued to venture deeper. Along the way, there were huge dragon skeletons everywhere. It was unknown how many ancient dragons were buried here. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a cliff that was 400 to 500 meters wide. On the other side, they could vaguely see dragon bones. The coordinates are on the opposite shore. Lu Chun said, this place is too far away. You won't be able to get there with your displacement skills. You'll have to either fly or ride your mount. Mounts can't be used. Your nine-winged celestial dragon can make other mounts submit, but it will also be affected in the ancestral tomb, unable to fly. Lu Chun summoned the nine-winged celestial dragon. That fellow looked at the countless white bones around it and let out a wail. As expected, it was unwilling to fly. Lu Chun patted the nine-winged celestial dragon. Nine-winged is a little sad. Come back. Mounts couldn't fly, so they could only rely on Lu Chun's wings. However, when Lu Chun looked carefully at the sky above the canyon, he frowned again. Upon closer inspection, he could see that the dust particles between the canyon were rushing directly into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The wind is so strong, but I can't feel it all here? Clearly, it didn't make sense. After thinking about it, Lu Chun picked up a fist-sized stone from beside his feet and threw it into the canyon. The stone flew into the air and suddenly shattered into powder in midair. The powder turned into specks of light that quickly rose up until it dissipated into the night. This is... Cowherd's eyes widened as cold sweat broke out all over his body. Jotian stones could shatter and be ground into powder, but they would never disappear. However, the stone just now had turned into specks of light and dissipated. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. It could be some kind of physical attack. With this, Lu Chun didn't dare to fly. The width of the cliff exceeded the teleportation distance of the Triple Gate, and the dragon necropolis had a much stronger pressure than the nine-winged celestial dragon. The canyon constantly released astral energy that could destroy physical bodies. For a moment, Lu Chun and Cowherd stood by the cliff, somewhat at a loss. No wonder the demons couldn't obtain the treasure. There's no way to pass through here, Cowherd said. Lu Chun thought for a moment. Old man, we overlooked something. The treasure map said that the time to obtain the treasure is when the sun and moon alternate. We should wait until the sun and moon alternate. Right, I almost forgot. Then let's wait a little longer. The two were tired, so they found a place to rest by the cliff. Leaning against a dragon bone, Lu Chun pondered over Cowherd's words. The ancient dragon race once ruled the triple heaven. It was only when they were wiped out that the other races rose. What kind of existence was this ancient dragon race that they could crush all the other races? What kind of treasure could lead to the extinction of such a powerful race? Lu Chun looked at Cowherd. Hey, old man, if even the astral energy here is physical damage, do you think the dragon race really went extinct in the real world? Cowherd frowned. I can't say for sure. After all, this is the triple heaven. Even if their physical bodies are destroyed, they might not necessarily die. It's just that no one has seen the ancient dragon race for thousands of years. If they still have people, they should be able to start again. Lu Chun's frown deepened. In other words, this treasure might have caused the destruction of the real world. At this point, Cowherd also felt a chill run down his spine. The danger of this treasure hunt was far beyond their imagination. Kid, are you afraid? Lu Chun smiled. It's okay. After the concept of physical damage appeared in the triple heaven, I seem to have slowly gotten used to it. If you just want to play a game, then just hang around in the double heaven and double heaven. But if you want to get more, then you have to give more. Cowherd nodded. That's right. Once you reach the triple heaven, there's no turning back. Everyone is the same. The two chatted for a long time by the cliff until 4 in the morning. The sky was already slightly bright, and the sun rose and the moon set. Kid, isn't it time? Lu Chun stood up. Let's not rush. Getting hit by the astral energy is no joke. It's safer to try a few more times. Of course, although I'm prepared to die in the triple heaven, I don't want to die so early. The two walked over and carried a large pile of stones, piling them by the cliff. When the sun and the moon were about to change, they threw the stones evenly across the cliff. Let's work together and throw once every 2 or 3 seconds. If a stone passes through, look at the position of the sun and the moon. No problem. However, the moment the stone touched the astral energy, it was destroyed until the sun and the moon passed. Not a single stone passed through the canyon. F*CK. How are we going to get through this? No rush. Let's try again at night. We have plenty of time anyway. In the evening, the moon rose and the sun set. The two used the stones they had prepared in advance to test, but the stone army was still annihilated for the next few days. The two continued to test, but the situation was not optimistic. No matter the size of the stone, not a single stone passed through the canyon. On the 3rd day, the two finally gave up. F*CK, we really can't get through. Lu Chun shook his head. This was the first time he was at his wit's end. Chapter 501. The treasure was likely to be on the other side, but there was an impassable gap between them. Anyone would go crazy. Then, Lu Chun and Cowherd walked around in a circle, opening up the map of the surrounding area. Finally, they discovered that the gap wasn't limited to this area. It surrounded the entire area in a tight circle. Kid, what do we do now? Cowherd sat down beside Lu Chun, exhausted. It's impossible to take this treasure. Lu Chun sat there deep in thought. It's actually a good thing that we can't cross. Lu Chan said, "This way, it's impossible for someone to take the treasure by chance. The chances of the treasure still being there are high, and I believe that there must be a way to cross." Saying this, Lu Chun turned around and stood in front of a dragon skeleton. You saw it too. Those ancient dragons crossed. It's just that I haven't found a way to cross yet. Cowherd walked over. But maybe there weren't any astral winds at that time, or maybe they had some special method. It's been too long, and we can't compare to them. Lu Chun let out a long breath. I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to give up, even if there's only a sliver of hope. Cowherd was stunned. These days, he had seen Solipsistic's easygoing side. He wasn't much different from the average young man, but sometimes he was playful and mischievous. He had also seen Solipsistic's appearance in battle. As long as he entered battle, it was like he was a completely different person, making others feel fear. But at this moment, Lu Chen's casual reply made Cowherd feel like he had found a reason why this ordinary young man was so powerful. Deep in his bones, there was a personality that refused to admit defeat. When he had already given up hope, that fellow was still bitterly thinking of a solution. Perhaps this was the difference between them. Cowherd didn't say anything else. If there was a way, this fellow would definitely find it. Lu Chun carefully observed these dragon bones. These dragon bones had been there for thousands of years, but there weren't any traces of weathering. Could it be that the ancient dragons were so powerful that they could cross the astral winds with their bodies? Suddenly, Lu Chun turned around and looked across. There were also dragon bones there. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the dragon bone on the other side seemed to have many fractures. "Old man, look at the dragon bones over there. Many of them are broken, but the dragon bones here are all intact." Cowherd squinted his eyes and looked at him for a long time. "Big brother, what's wrong with your eyes? I can't see clearly." The cowherd couldn't see clearly, but Lu Chun was sure that he wasn't mistaken. This dragon bone wouldn't have been eroded by the wind for thousands of years. How could it be so damaged when it's so hard? Was it caused by their infighting? Lu Chun shook his head. Those broken dragon bones aren't broken. Instead, the entire dragon bone is in a state of weathering. This means that the dragon bone must have been damaged in all aspects. There shouldn't be any kind of cultivation method that can damage someone's entire bone like this. But what does this mean? Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly as his mind spun rapidly. "I've thought of a possibility. Treasures of heaven and earth are nurtured by heaven and earth. When they appear, they will definitely trigger a celestial phenomenon. Perhaps the celestial phenomenon was too intense and attracted the ancient dragon clan, the overlord of the third heaven. When they arrived here, they were blocked by the astral winds and were unable to pass through. Some dragon thought of a method that caused the ancient dragon clan to kill each other here. This would explain why there are dragon bones everywhere." Cowherd frowned. "Then what method is it?" Lu Chun faintly smiled. His eyes fell on the giant dragon bones beside him. "Step over the bones of your companions. These dragon bones are abnormally hard. They might be able to resist the erosion of the astral winds, but in the process of flying, they would still be severely damaged. So, once you reach the other side, these dragon bones would be severely eroded." The more Cowherd heard, the more startled he became. Although this was only a guess, there seemed to be no loopholes in it. "I'm too stupid. So the key is that there are dragon bones everywhere." Lu Chun nodded. "I didn't think of this at the start. This is only my guess. I still need to test it out first." "Little fur ball." Lu Chun summoned the little fellow. "Can you bite through these dragon bones?" Seeing so many dragon bones around them, the little fur ball swallowed its saliva and let out a sigh. Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "These are all former overlords. You actually want to eat them. I really wonder if there's anything in this world that you don't want to eat." The little fur ball didn't grow bigger. It arrived in front of a thick dragon bone and began to gnaw on it. The little fur ball's teeth could crush an ice skeletal dragon, but after gnawing for over 20 minutes, it only broke one bone. Lu Chun hurriedly carried the bone to the edge of the cliff. He took a deep breath and hurled it forward. The giant dragon bone shuttled through the astral winds and was not instantly eroded into powder. Over 20 seconds later, the dragon bone landed on the other side of the cliff. Haha, it worked! Lu Chun danced with excitement. I'm AF asterisk King Genius. Cowherd also felt enlightened. All right, kid, I admit that you really are something. It had been confirmed that dragon bones could pass through the astral winds. As long as they hid directly above the dragon bones, they would be able to pass through. This task fell on Junior Originator. With a deep roar, Xiao Yuan threw Lu Chun, the cowherd, and the dragon bone out with all his might. The dragon bone rushed through the astral winds and went straight to the other side. A moment later, the two of them landed hard on the ground along with the dragon bones. They fell to the ground in a daze. In any case, they finally made it. Lu Chun got up from the ground and looked around. There were still many dragon bones here, but some were incomplete and some were complete. The dragon bones stood tall, majestic, and terrifying. The coordinates were still ahead, but not far ahead. Another astral wind belt appeared. This time it was Chaos' turn. Then the third astral wind belt appeared, and the third astral wind belt. There were more than a dozen astral wind belts, and even the surrounding dragon bones were getting fewer and fewer. There weren't many ancient dragons left before they saw the treasure. Judging from the size of the dragon bones, they must have been much larger than other dragons when they were alive. Only the strong could make it to the end. Damn, is this a Matryoshka doll? So many layers. Is this the last one? It's at least 1 kilometer away. Lu Chun's little guys all worked as coolies. Even the 9-winged celestial dragon had been summoned by Lu Chun. Now, Lu Chun only had little hairball left. The treasure should be ahead. The astral wind belt should disappear after we take the treasure. Little hairball, you go this time. Wait, Cowherd stopped Lu Chun. Little hairball is very useful. Maybe there are more astral wind belts ahead. If the astral wind belt doesn't disappear after we take the treasure, you'll need little hairball to help you take the dragon bone when you come back. I'll take you there. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Old man, aren't you coming with me? The treasure should be ahead. Cowhood man smiled. You also said that it's probably. Who can say for sure? I came here to experience the process of treasure hunting. I've already given you the treasure map. Why would I care about the treasure? This. Maybe there's more than one treasure. I don't want any of them. Coward smiled. Treasures of this level will only bring me trouble. Kid, don't cry. There might be danger ahead. Come, I'll take you there. Lu Chun nodded and sat on the dragon bone. Hey, you have to get the treasure. Lu Chun nodded. Of course. Good, sit tight. Cowhood gathered his strength. I'll let you eat me. I'll let you feel something special. Go. Chapter 502. This damned old man was very evil. When he came down from the dragon bone, Lu Chun's hairstyle had turned into a slick-back hairstyle. However, the old man's throw was quite accurate. The dragon bone landed in a small area. Lu Chun observed his surroundings. This place was very flat. Although the ground was covered with weeds and vegetation, when he peeled away the soil, he found that the ground was flat and rocky. A complete dragon bone that was close to 1,000 meters long was lying on the ground. Lu Chun walked over to take a look. This dragon bone was very complete. He could almost imagine what this guy looked like when he was alive just by looking at the bones. Is this the former overlord of the third heaven? Lu Chun sighed. You're the one who walked to the end among your kind, but it seems like you didn't succeed in leaving here. Beside the dragon bone, Lu Chun found a stone tablet. Sky Marshal Stage. If you see the stone tablet, then congratulations on reaching here. You're only one step away from the treasure of heaven and earth. It is indeed here. Lu Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Now, what he needed to do was to wait for the right time for the treasure to appear. In the evening, the sun set and the moon rose. When the sun and the moon alternated, Lu Chun stared at his surroundings. The Sky Marshal Stage suddenly split into two from the middle. A ball of black light rose from the ground. Lu Chun's eyes widened. The black light seemed to be wrapped around something and was slowly rotating in the air. The The treasure had appeared. Lu Chun was about to approach. Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. He hurriedly turned around. The ancient dragon skeleton behind him suddenly moved. Immediately after, two red lights lit up in the huge skull's eye sockets. It gradually raised its head. A voice that seemed to come from the abyss of hell sounded. Is someone finally here? Is someone finally here to replace me? After 5,000 years, I can finally be free. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This ancient dragon was resurrected. Not only was it the former overlord of the third heaven, but it was also the strongest among the countless overlords. It was the only ancient dragon that reached the end. The strongest of the strongest. Damn, this guardian is quite strong. Lu Chun took a deep breath and pulled out the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment. All right, looks like this is going to be a tough battle. God of War Possession, Demon Transformation, Lightless Sky Flame Pillar, Black Coffin Dead Zone, Blood Sacrifice Shield. Flash, Attack Quickly, Put into Death, Dragon Blood Boiling, Spring Rejuvenation. This was the first time Lu Chun had recovered his HP after activating Deadlands. Although the effect of Deadlands had been activated, the buff had been greatly reduced. However, at least his HP was still healthy. Finally, it was Lu Chen's trump card, Devil's 3 Transformations. Before the battle began, facing the strongest expert from the Third Heaven domain from 5,000 years ago, Lu Chun went all out. I don't care if you're from the primordial dragon race or not. Today, I'm taking this treasure. In his demon form, Lu Chen's eyes were emitting green smoke, and his voice had become exceptionally low. Mere ant, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? I'll tear you apart. Not far away, black smoke was constantly flowing from the black light to the dragon bones. Gradually, its body was filled with black flesh. This dragon was covered in black scales, had 9 claws and 9 wings, and was more than 1,000 meters long. More importantly, this guy was probably equivalent to an ancient dragon race in a physical form. 9 wings is fine, but 9 claws. Lu Chen's nose flared. He had a premonition that this battle would be the most terrifying battle he had ever encountered. Roar! The 9-clawed, 9-winged ancient dragon roared, and the sound shook the world. 1,000 meters away, the wind howled and the trees fell. In the demon race's territory, countless people looked in the direction of the mountains in the north. Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounded like a dragon's roar. We don't have any dragons here. Look at the sky above Dragon Tomb Mountain. Isn't Dragon Tomb Mountain inaccessible? What's going on there? In the demon race's main city closest to Dragon Tomb Mountain, Demon City, a few experts walked to the window and stared at the dark clouds above Dragon Tomb Mountain with narrowed eyes. What's going on? There seems to be a phenomenon there. That dragon's roar just now was not the sound of an ordinary divine beast. I have never heard such an awe-inspiring dragon's roar. Is this the appearance of a treasure or an expert? Let's go take a look. Countless figures shot towards Dragon Tomb Mountain from all directions. However, at this time, in the center of Dragon Tomb Mountain, Lu Chun was facing the strongest ancient dragon race. That dragon's roar just now had directly dissipated the effect of Lu Chen's war god possession. It seemed that the nameless war god possession was no longer effective in front of this dragon race emperor. Lu Chen opened his mouth and coldly snorted. 7 stars, chasing moon. Dragon race, forbidden area. With a boom, the entire sky martial stage was suddenly enveloped in a layer of strange light. And Lu Chen's 7 stars, chasing moon was directly ineffective. Lu Chun hurriedly checked his status. Dragon race, forbidden area, enchantment type state. In the forbidden area, movement techniques below heaven tier will be ineffective. HP recovery skills will be ineffective. Formations below heaven tier will be ineffective. Teleportation skills will be ineffective. Reaction time increased by 100%. Attack power reduced by 70%. Defense power reduced by 70%. At this time, the 9-clawed black dragon had an additional effect. Dragon race, forbidden area. unlimited movement within the enchantment, attack power increased by 200%, skill cooldown reduced by 50%. Liu Chen almost went crazy. Although he only had one status, this status included a bunch of negative effects, each of which could make people despair. On the other hand, the nine-clawed black dragon's strength had greatly increased in its enchantment. Enchantment-type cultivation technique was actually so powerful. Under such circumstances, fighting in someone else's enchantment was simply courting death. Kid, thank you for freeing me. As a thank you gift, I will treat you well. While speaking, the nine-clawed black dragon's huge body suddenly disappeared. 9 huge claws tore through space and clawed at Liu Chen's face. There was no skill display. This was a normal attack. Mount Hua strike. Liu Chen did not have time to dodge, so he could only defend by attacking. 4 dragon claws directly grabbed at the 9 dragon pillars. Liu Chen instantly felt a huge reaction force in his hand. Mount Hua strike was caught by the 9-clawed black dragon. How is this possible? Before Liu Chen could understand, he had already suffered 5 dragon claw attacks. -2, 7 million, -2, 73 million, -2, 66 million, -2, 49 million, -2, 61 million. After 5 normal attacks, Liu Chen's blood sacrifice shield was directly shattered, and at the same time, he suffered more than 3 million damage. Fortunately, Liu Chen did not underestimate the enemy before and healed himself first. His HP was maintained at 7 million, but now he only had a little more than 3 million left. One must know that this was just a normal attack from the 9-clawed black dragon. Moreover, with just 5 claw attacks, it directly dealt more than 10 million damage. This attack directly sent Liu Chen flying, and he violently vomited blood. Liu Chen finally understood why this guy used a normal attack. This 9-clawed black dragon's normal attack had a knockback effect. This was simply too overpowered. Without waiting for Liu Chen to land, the 9-clawed black dragon roared at Liu Chen. Roar! Dragon roar shakes the earth. The entire sky martial stage suddenly cracked, covering the rocks of the sky martial stage. All the rocks and vegetation that had accumulated over thousands of years were directly removed, and the entire sky martial stage finally revealed its original appearance. Liu Chen, who was sent flying and could not teleport, was heavily injured again, as Liu Chen did not let Xiao Min use a skill to protect her master. 3 million HP was not enough to offset the high continuous damage of Dragon Roar Shakes the Earth. Liu Chen was directly killed. In the distance, Cowherd's eyes widened, and he looked at the battle in disbelief. In a situation where the 9-claw dragon status was at its peak, this was probably the first time that the kid was beaten to such a state. Not good. That kid is going to die. Cowherd's eyes were red. Chapter 503. The raging fire burned on the ground, and the demon was reborn from the flames. Liu Chen stared at the 9-clawed black dragon. This guy was so strong that it was hard for him to imagine. Infinite displacement combined with a normal attack, followed by Dragon Roar Shakes the Earth. This combo was so simple and violent, but it made him unable to fight back. Nirvana Rebirth? That means you have 3 lives. The 9-clawed black dragon could tell the difference between Nirvana Rebirth and Nirvana Rebirth at a glance. He deduced that Liu Chen had another life besides his current one. Liu Chen took a deep breath. The pressure this guy gave him was unprecedentedly huge. It's been 5,000 years. I didn't expect a level 3 to have fallen to such a state. Are the people here as weak as you? Looks like it's time to clean up, you lowly creatures. Accept your fate. You can't defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9-clawed black dragon's huge body disappeared instantly and quickly appeared in front of Liu Chen. It was another 9-clawed attack. Liu Chen's eyes were about to split open. Death Trap, Dragon Blood Boil, Universe Annihilation, Sky Quake. Liu Chen continued to reduce his HP. Although it was undoubtedly very dangerous, Liu Chen knew very well that he might only have 1 or 2 chances to deal with such an enemy. He had to increase his attack and attack speed. Once he could stun that guy, the opportunity would come. Although Liu Chen's reaction speed was slower than usual in the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land, he had to predict the opponent's position to hit. The moment the 9-clawed black dragon's figure disappeared, Liu Chen had already made a prediction and prepared to release the skill without waiting for the 9-clawed black dragon. It could be said that Liu Chen's prediction was already quite perfect. However, just as the skill was released, the huge dragon figure suddenly disappeared again. Skyquake was released directly. Ha ha ha, in my enchantment, you can't even touch me. A voice came from behind. The next second, the 9-clawed attack came again. Is that so? Liu Chen snorted coldly. Don't worry, you are not qualified to stop me. Universe Annihilation, back attack. Cancel the attack from the back and use 3,000 body flickering slashes. Without using shockwave, Liu Chen directly used backstrike and instantly flashed behind the 9-clawed black dragon. Backstrike also had a displacement effect, allowing the player to instantly appear behind the enemy. However, it was an offensive skill, so it was not prohibited in the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Area. He can actually change the effect of a displacement assassination. His timing is quite accurate. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Spatial shift. The 9-clawed black dragon disappeared again, and Liu Chen's 3,000 instant slashes lost their target. That guy's reaction was too fast. In Heaven and Earth Annihilation, backstrike, displacement, and a single backstrike were seamless. However, to cancel the backstrike and change to 3,000 body flickering slashes, there was a process of ending and releasing the move. Although Liu Chen's connection was perfect, a fraction of a second was more than enough for the 9-clawed black dragon. Damn it, it's practically invulnerable. How am I supposed to kill this guy? Liu Chen's mind was spinning rapidly, but his eyes were still fixed on his surroundings. He knew that this guy would not let go of the gap when his skill missed. As expected, the 9-clawed black dragon would not let this opportunity go to waste. Its figure flashed and appeared behind Liu Chen. You're not the only one who knows backstrike. Netherworld Golden Ripping Claw. The Netherworld Golden Ripping Claw's level was higher than backstrike. Its movements were so smooth that there was almost no gap. Before the Netherworld Golden Ripping Claw could touch Liu Chen, the debuff on Liu Chen's body was already applied. Deterrence. Silence for 0.5 seconds. The silence was not long, but for the Netherworld Golden Ripping Claw, it was enough to capture its prey. The dragon claw directly grabbed Liu Chen's back. This time, his back was directly torn open by the huge dragon claw, leaving a shocking wound. You have suffered physical damage. Current damage level is 38%. Liu Chen did not have much HP to begin with. After being hit by this claw, his HP was instantly depleted, and he died again. Cowherd, who was watching the battle from the other side, took a few steps back and fell to the ground weakly. That primordial black dragon is too strong. Kid, it's my fault. I shouldn't have given you the treasure map. It's my fault. At the same time, dozens of shifter elites had gathered at the outermost area of the Dragon Necropolis. The dragon's roar came from the core area of the Dragon Necropolis. However, due to the existence of the Squall Belt, they could not get close. At this moment, someone noticed that there seemed to be something strange nearby. Why are there so many stones here? Has someone been here? Everyone noticed that there were many scattered stones on the edge of the cliff. Someone is using stones to test the Squall Belt. It seemed that many people had done this before. When they saw the stone people, they thought of this possibility. The Dragon Necropolis was in shifter territory. Naturally, there were many people who came to explore such a strange place. However, as time passed, word of mouth within the shifter race spread, and everyone knew that it was impossible to pass through this place. Gradually, no one tried it again. However, these piles of stones suddenly appeared. Something's not right. In order to prevent any abnormalities from occurring in the Dragon Necropolis, we have explicitly prohibited our people from exploring the Dragon Necropolis. We only organize title marshals to try for one day every year. But now someone has barged in. Look here. Everyone looked over and saw a shifter titled Marshal squatting in front of a dragon bone. He turned around, widened his eyes, and said to everyone in shock, "This dragon bone has been broken." "What? How is that possible?" Everyone quickly surrounded him. Looking at the fracture, it was easy to see that the crack where the dragon bone was broken was unnatural and had just formed. Everyone hurriedly looked at the opposite cliff. Someone really went over. No matter what's in the dragon necropolis, we must not let anyone take it out. Gather people immediately and block off all the cliffs. Last life. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. He had been killed twice. Although this was not the first time, it was definitely the first time that he could not think of a countermeasure until now. Am I really going to die here? Damn it, the ancient dragon race is so strong. This barrier technique is too overpowered. If it was a normal fight, Lu Chen would not be afraid of the nine-clawed black dragon. The key was that Lu Chen could not break through the dragon race's forbidden area now. At this moment, the black dragon had already flashed over. Lu Chen hurriedly moved. "You want to run? Can your speed compare to my space shift?" Ha 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 ha. In the next second, the nine-clawed black dragon had already arrived behind Lu Chen. All 9 claws struck. -1. 81 million, -1. 91 million, -1. 83 million, -1. 86 million, -1. 88 million. The nine-clawed black dragon could deal more than 4 million damage with the blood sacrifice shield. However, Lu Chen had defense and damage reduction, so a single attack could deal more than 8 million damage, which was much less. Even so, Lu Chen's health bar continued to bleed. In an instant, he lost 3 million HP. On the 6th attack, Xiao Min activated protection. On the 7th attack, Lu Chen activated Buddha's salvation and forcefully left some HP. However, the 8th and 9th attacks had already come. Seeing that it was a matter of life and death, Lu Chen roared, "Fur ball!" A small white beast sprang out from Lu Chen's palm like lightning. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fur ball did not grow bigger. In its normal form, it instantly climbed onto the 9-clawed black dragon's claws. Then, as usual, it bit down. The furball's bite force was enough to break the dragon's bones. With this bite, even the powerful 9-clawed black dragon roared. Roar! Lu Chen took the opportunity to move quickly and avoided the last 2 attacks of the 9-clawed black dragon. This time, the 9-clawed black dragon was not in a hurry to chase after Lu Chen. Its dragon eyes widened in anger, then narrowed slightly and looked at the small white dot on its palm. "What is this?" Chapter 504. Compared to the 9-clawed black dragon, the little fur ball was like a flea on its body. However, other than Lu Chen, there seemed to be nothing that could stop the little fur ball from eating. It lay in a 9-clawed black dragon's palm and ate greedily. Under the feast, the 9-clawed black dragon's HP actually dropped. Debuff: physical damage, 1 stack. Physical attributes reduced by 0. 7%. Mobility reduced by 0. 7%. Debuff: physical vulnerability, 1 stack, extra 0. 7% damage received when receiving physical attacks. Debuff: bleeding, 1 stack, loses 0. 1% of maximum HP every second. 99% reduction. Lasts for 7 seconds. For some reason, the 9-clawed black dragon offset 99% of the feast's negative effects. Regardless, finally started to lose HP. Minus 280,000. The 2.8 billion HP upper limit made Lu Chen gasp. Not only was this guy super strong, but its HP was also terrifying. Even if this guy was the strongest of the strongest, it could be inferred that the other dragons should not be too far behind. What kind of monsters lived in the 3 heavens of ancient times? Although the feast's effect was offset by 99%, the nature of the negative effects did not change. Soon, the 3 negative effects were stacked to the second stack. Minus 560,000. At this time, the the nine-clawed black dragon realized that something was wrong. The negative effects did not specify the highest stack, which meant that they could be stacked continuously. Even if the effect was only 1%, which was negligible, it was definitely not a good thing to continue stacking like this. Damn Buck! The nine-clawed black dragon slammed its claw on the ground, intending to kill the little fur ball like a mosquito. However, the little fur ball sensed the danger and quickly crawled to the other side of the dragon's claw. It lowered its head and continued to eat. Swatting a mosquito to death wasn't an easy task. 740,000. Damn it. Divine Dragon Body. A black light erupted from the nine-clawed black dragon's body. It was as if a black hole suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Countless demons in the distance also saw the black light and looked at each other in shock. What's that? Not good. There's a change in the dragon's necropolis. There seems to be a battle. Why is the area so big? Is there really a treasure in the dragon's necropolis? Did someone get it? Among the many demons, an ape had an unnatural expression. Fortunately, it was scratching its ears and cheeks, which covered its ecological unnaturalness. If Lu Chun had the time to acquire the vision of the suboriginator, he should be able to see the situation outside the dragon tomb. The suboriginator, who had thrown them over the astral wind belt for the first time, turned into a monkey when it saw a large group of demons coming. Its shape-shifting ability was stronger than Lu Chen's, so it was still safe for now. The Sky Martial Stage. The little fur ball was sent flying by the black light. The Dragon God's hegemonic body should be a skill that forced back close combat units. However, as soon as the little fur ball landed on the ground, it ran toward the nine-clawed black dragon. Creak, 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 Lu Chun frowned slightly. This guy wants to eat the nine-clawed black dragon. It's a second-stage, heaven-devouring rat. The nine-clawed black dragon finally got a good look at the little fur ball, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Damn it, why is this thing here? Spatial shift. The little fur ball stood up and sniffed carefully. Before the nine-clawed black dragon showed up, the little fur ball ran back. The nine-clawed black dragon's voice echoed. Kid, you let it evolve? Are you trying to destroy the entire Jiutian by bringing this monster here? Lu Chun frowned. The nine-clawed black dragon knew the little fur ball. That was a creature from 5,000 years ago. Didn't the little fur ball only stay in the herb garden for 300 years? Also, the nine-clawed black dragon was afraid of the little fur ball. That was something that Su Ping had never expected. Fine, it must be your battle pet. I'll tame it after I kill you. Yes, I'll kill you. Lu Chun was surprised. The dragon was quite clear-headed and didn't panic. He only had 1 HP left, which was the last of his life. He would die for sure if he was attacked again. Not even the little fur ball could save him. Right then, 9 dragon claws suddenly appeared behind Lu Chun. Go to hell. The little fur ball turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the dragon's claw. Its body suddenly enlarged, and it bit the dragon's claw. The enlarged little fur ball's bite was even more shocking. The black dragon roared in pain and hurriedly withdrew its attack. Dragon God's dominating body. After knocking the little fur ball away again, the 9-clawed golden dragon teleported behind the little fur ball. I'm waiting for you to grow bigger. God binding chains. The huge dragon wrapped around the little fur ball and trapped it. The dragon rolled and tightened its grip. Roar. In the end, the little fur ball couldn't bear the pressure. It roared and struggled, but it couldn't break free. Ha ha ha. So what if you're a sky-swallowing rat? Maybe no one will be your match when you grow up, but you're still too small. You dare to provoke me when you're only at the 2nd rank. Only death awaits you. Come on, bite me. Let's see if you have the ability to eat dragon meat. Let's see if you still have the strength to eat. It turned out that the little fur ball didn't grow in size at the beginning because it wanted to use its small size to fight against the big one. Just now, when Lu Chun was in danger, it grew in size in desperation. In the end, the 9-clawed black dragon seized the opportunity to restrain it. The 9-clawed black dragon's body was very strong. The god binding chains was a heaven-class high-level control technique. Even if the little fur ball had completed one transformation, it still couldn't break free. The little fur ball's mouth started to bleed. Its eyes bulged, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. "You eat my body? Try this dragon scale strangulation." The 9-clawed black dragon's scales stood up like blades. Countless dragon scales pierced into the little fur ball's body. The little fur ball was immediately badly mutilated, and blood flowed out from its 7 orifices. Little fur ball. Lu Chen's eyes were about to split open. The little fur ball reluctantly raised his head and looked at Lu Chen, but his eyes showed a trace of gentleness. "Creak, creak, 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 creak. Master, this little fur ball can only accompany you to this point. Run, creak, creak, creak. I miss Big Sister Green's elixir, huh?" Lu Chen's eyes turned green, and the runes all over his body suddenly erupted with a piercing green light. Lu Chen charged toward the 9-clawed black dragon without any regard for anything else. "Heaven, earth, 8 desolates. Just you? I told you, you can't touch me." Spatial shift. In the face of absolute power, anger was futile. The black dragon teleported, bringing the little fur ball with it. Lu Chen's Heaven, Earth, 8 desolates, which was full of anger, once again lost its target. Squeak, squeak. "Master, run. I can't hold on any longer, no." Lu Chen's mind was in chaos. He searched through all his skills, but in the Dragon Clan's forbidden area, his skills couldn't hit the 9-clawed black dragon at all. What else could he use? What else could he use? No matter what. Unintentionally, Lu Chen saw the only foreign object in the area that could be used. That unknown treasure surrounded by black gas. Lu Chen rushed over and reached into the black gas with one hand. As far as his hand could reach, there was a sword hilt. Lu Chen pulled out the sword. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. The third heaven shook. The 9-clawed black dragon's eyes widened, and even its body, which was wrapped around the little fur ball, couldn't help but shrink. It looked at the tiny human in horror, its eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible, impossible, even I can't do it. He can't pull out that sword." In an unknown palace in an unknown heavenly region, a white-clothed man slowly raised his teacup. Just as he was about to taste the tea, his hand suddenly paused. He was slightly stunned. The godly demon Limitless Sword has appeared. Chapter 505. Unknown item acquired. Lu Chen's system notification gave a rare notification. The system did not recognize this sword. Lu Chen did not even have time to think about how he managed to pull out the so-called treasure of heaven and earth. He did not even look at the sword before he raised it and stabbed at the black dragon. His speed immediately reached the level of rapid movement. It was as if he was teleporting. In the next second, he was already in front of the 9-clawed black dragon and stabbed at it. Tiger descends the mountain. -1, -1, -1, -1. Lu Chen's mind was in a mess. Was this treasure of heaven and earth not a joke? This bit of damage was not enough to fight a weak gnoll, let alone a 9-clawed black dragon. However, the 9-clawed black dragon's face showed an extremely frightened expression. It did not care about killing the little fur ball. It abandoned the little fur ball and quickly retreated. Damn it, how could he pull it out? At this moment, the 3 weapons on Lu Chen's back all flew out by themselves. The strange weapon in his hand was like a black hole, sucking in all 3 weapons, devouring Devil's Blade, attribute fusion, devouring reverse water scale sword, attribute fusion, devouring 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment, attribute fusion, devouring devil equipment set, attribute fusion, devouring dragon scale armor, attribute fusion. All the equipment on Lu Chen's body was devoured. All the equipment's attributes were fused into this sword. Only the magic treasure pane was spared. Equipment attributes and special effects inheritance complete. Establishing connection with the host. Connection established. Lu Chen's mind raced. It turned out that this sword did not have any attributes in the beginning. In addition, there was no connection with him in the beginning. His own attributes could not be reflected from the weapon. No wonder he only dealt 1 damage to the 9-clawed black dragon. After devouring so many equipment's attributes, this sword finally had its own attributes. Moreover, the connection with him had been established. If he attacked the black dragon now, he should be able to deal damage. As the system did not recognize this weapon, Lu Chun could not see its attributes and special effects. From using it just now, Lu Chun knew at least 2 things. The sword could change his movement into a form of displacement, and, at the same time, it had the ability to devour other equipment. He only had 1 HP, but the black dragon actually ran away when it saw him. This meant that this sword should have some sort of protective ability, and it must be very strong to be able to make the black dragon give up on killing him. In the midst of a life-and-death battle, Lu Chun didn't have time to think too much. Looking at the little fur ball lying in a pool of blood, Lu Chun was furious. "Black dragon, I will skin you alive today. Great Ravager sweep." Logically speaking, the titanic Ravager he had obtained in the first heaven should have been useless against the 9-clawed black dragon. However, when he saw Lu Chun attack, the 9-clawed black dragon's face was filled with fear. This indicated that this attack was different. Spatial shift. At the same time, a golden light silently flashed by, so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The only thing that could prove that Lu Chun had used the titanic Ravager sweep was the air barrier at the edge of the Sky Marshal stage. With a loud bang, a deafening explosion occurred in the northeast direction of the Sky Marshal stage. Within the Sky Marshal stage, it was as if the earth was shaking. Lu Chun's eyes widened. The mana cost of the titanic Ravager sweep had increased by 10 times, but its speed and power had greatly increased. The most important thing was that it had collided with an invisible air barrier. Lu Chun had just entered from the outside. At that time, there was no air barrier, so it was clear that this air barrier was the edge of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Area barrier. This weapon can attack the edge of the barrier? Lu Chun immediately reacted. The 9-clawed black dragon didn't dare to take Lu Chun's sword chi head-on, so Lu Chun directly attacked it with the barrier. Infinite space teleportation, right? Titanic Ravager sweep. Titanic Ravager sweep. Titanic Ravager sweep. Infinite Titanic Ravager sweep. Swish, 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 swish. Golden light flashed continuously, and streaks of golden light crazily split the battlefield, shooting in all directions. The black dragon only dared to use the spatial shift seamlessly. The black dragon dodged, but the barrier couldn't. A large amount of sword chi directly hit the air barrier, and the Sky Marshal stage shook. After about 30 sword chi, the surrounding air suddenly shattered like a mirror, and the barrier collapsed. The debuff on Lu Chun's body had finally disappeared, and Lu Chun's abnormal status had finally been removed. Lu Chun raised his hand to call back the little furball, and put it away for Lu Yi to look after. He stared at the 9-clawed black dragon that was floating in the air. "Maggot, you're already dead," Lu Chun angrily said in a low voice. The black dragon's eyes widened. "Damn it, I actually let you use the limitless demonic godsword. I won't fight with you today. Wait until I find a way to break this barrier. Then I'll take your dog life." Looking at the cliff behind it, the 9-clawed black dragon spread its 9 wings and rushed towards the cliff. "With your little HP, if you're not afraid of the astral winds, then just chase after me." 7 stars, chasing moon. Who would have thought that Lu Chun would actually chase after it without even thinking about it? The black dragon was shocked. Are these 2 guys crazy? Especially this human, who only had 1 HP and still dared to chase after it. Looking at the cliff, the 9-clawed black dragon gritted its teeth and rushed in. And Lu Chun also rushed into the astral winds. The astral winds were abnormally sharp, and the 9-clawed black dragon's body was quickly washed away and its flesh fell off. Roar! The nine-clawed black dragon angrily roared and forced itself to escape. As long as it passed through here and reached the outer layer, it could use the bones of other dragons to pass through. At this time, the nine-clawed black dragon didn't forget to look back at that human brat. That guy wouldn't really rush in, right? At this time, Liu Chan was standing on the limitless demonic god sword and chasing after it. This guy actually used the limitless demonic god sword to block the astral winds. Liu Chan thought very clearly. As a treasure of the dragon necropolis, if it couldn't even pass through the astral winds protecting it, the nine-clawed black dragon definitely wouldn't be so afraid. It was because of this that Liu Chan dared to rush into the astral winds. Fortunately, the black dragon was fast enough. If it wanted to run, that brat might not be able to catch up. At this time, someone on the other side suddenly made a move. A deceleration trap. The nine-clawed black dragon was shocked. Why was there someone here? What was going on? The one who made a move was Suong. He had witnessed the entire battle. Although his mind was filled with question marks, seeing Liu Chan chasing after the black dragon, he naturally made a move when he could. With his strength, it was impossible for him to completely stop the black dragon, but slowing it down a little was good. The nine-clawed black dragon's body slowed down a bit, but it was still safe for the time being. After forcefully breaking through the astral winds, the black dragon's body was seriously injured. There was also a madman behind it who was full of anger, so it didn't have time to find trouble with Sung. With a sweep of its tail, it rolled up a large piece of dragon bone on the ground and embedded it into its abdomen. With the dragon bone, we can pass through the astral winds. Liu Chun chased after it, but that fellow was too fast and had many movement skills. Liu Chun was stunned and couldn't catch up for a while. For a powerhouse like the nine-clawed black dragon, if it really wanted to run, it was indeed difficult to kill. Old man, wait for me here. I'll come back to get you in a bit. Liu Chan flashed over Suing's head and continued to chase after the black dragon. The black dragon was still running for its life. It had been careless just now and was hit by a lowly human's deceleration skill. This skill lasted for quite a long time. Fortunately, it had a lot of movement skills, so it should be able to escape. After passing through the second astral wind, a red figure suddenly spat out a flame at it. The black dragon hurriedly dodged. At the third astral wind, a white tiger jumped out and pounced on it. At the fourth astral wind, a gilded black tortoise actually wanted to taunt it. Fortunately, it dodged in time, but it was inevitably delayed for a moment while it was dodging. The nine-clawed black dragon almost collapsed. Why were there so many strange things popping up along the way? Were they all that fellow's subordinates? Could it be that this fellow had already predicted that it would run, so he left so many people to stop it? That's impossible. This guy, is he really a prophet? Chapter 506. Liu Chun was not a clairvoyant. Who asked him to have so many people? Liu Chun and the Black Dragon kept using movement skills, but after 7 or 8 attempts, Liu Chun finally caught up to the Black Dragon with a triple gate. Triple gate. Mountain-splitting strike. Although the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment had been devoured, the special effect was still there. A big stick struck down on the giant dragon's head, and with the infinite sword of heavenly demons, the speed was more than twice as fast as before. Dragon Gate Leap. The 9-clawed black dragon quickly dodged, but Liu Chun had been holding back and not using the triple gate, waiting for this moment. Under the 3 teleportations of the triple gate, the mountain-splitting strike changed direction 3 times. The black dragon was caught off guard and was hit by the stick. The black dragon was stunned. At this time, Liu Chun finally found a chance to close in. Demon Clone. Demon King's Will. Refresh. Demon Clone. More than 30 green demons pounced on the 9-clawed black dragon. A demon's face appeared in front of the black dragon. His eyes were emitting green mist. You died 5,000 years ago. Now you must die again. 3,000 body flicker slash. 11 normal attacks, combined with the 5-hit combo, directly hit 55 normal attacks. Although the black dragon was immune to the poison, as if to make up for it, Lu Chun used a mirror image attack this time. He directly copied the 3000 body flicker slash. 110 normal attacks. -8. 8 million double critical hit. -1433 triple critical hit. -8. 91 million double critical hit. -1. 99 million quadruple critical hit. Even the 9-clawed black dragon could not withstand this damage. A 3000 body flicker slash and a mirror image attack directly took out 1.3 billion of the opponent's HP. The 9-clawed black dragon lost half of its HP. At the same time, the 9-clawed black dragon had a lot of debuffs on it. Stun, silence, speed reduction, mana burn, and there was one more debuff that had never appeared before. Debuff, Return of Heavenly Demons. Physical damage is dealt in proportion to HP. Lu Chen's 3000 instant slashes took away half of the black dragon's HP. If it was in its normal state, the black dragon would still have half of its HP remaining. However, it was different this time. After the damage to its body, the black dragon's maximum HP was reduced to 1.5 billion. In other words, every time Lu Chen attacked, he would deal nearly 10 million damage to the black dragon. At the same time, the black dragon's maximum HP would decrease by the same ratio, from 2.8 billion to 2.79 billion. From another point of view, Lu Chen's damage was equivalent to doubling. After a wave of attacks, the black dragon only had 200 million HP left. As for the remaining HP, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Chen still had so many clones, which were enough to kill him in an instant. However, the black dragon also had its own life-saving skills. When the black dragon only had 140 million HP left, a black light burst out from its body. Dragon God's dominating body was forcefully activated. Lu Chen's doppelgangers were all knocked back, and the debuff on the black dragon's body was almost completely removed. Of course, except for Divine Demon Unity, this status seemed to be very high level, and even Dragon God's dominating body could not remove it. I said, "You're already dead." Lu Chen shouted angrily. Universal annihilation, total annihilation, infinite triple door. Lu Chen directly activated the final move of Universal Annihilation and instantly flashed to the top of the black dragon's head. The black dragon had already seen the usage of the triple door. That guy could rely on the triple door to change his position and the direction of his skills. Previously, Huashan Split relied on this move to hit him. However, this time, Lu Chen relied on the triple door, which had no cooldown, to change his position infinitely. At this moment, the black dragon knew that he could not avoid it. "I'll take you down with me." 9 Netherworld Golden Splitting Claw. The black dragon did not retreat and counterattacked. 9 dragon claws tore through space and even chased into the triple door. After several triple door teleportations failed to shake off the 9 Serenity's Golden Splitting Claw, Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. He simply did not dodge and turned into a green shadow in midair, piercing the dragon's head with his sword. At the same time, the 9 Serenity's Golden Splitting Claw behind him grabbed at Lu Chen. With a boom, the black dragon's head exploded. At the same time, a golden light burst out from Lu Chen's body, shattering the 9 Serenity's Golden Splitting Claw. Divine Demon Protection, Stage 1 in a near-death state. When receiving a fatal blow, immune to damage for 10 seconds. Remove all negative statuses caused by low-level immortal skills. Increase one's own attack power by 100% and can be transformed into Heavenly Might attacks. Bloodline talent effects are increased by 100%. Obtain the high-grade heaven-level movement technique, Divine Demon Walk, and activate the Divine Demon Unity Barrier. Divine Demon Unity Barrier. Within the barrier, the passage of time is reduced by 50%, the enemy's speed is increased by 50%, all Heavenly Might attacks are increased by 50%, and damage reduction effects are ignored. This barrier is a mobile barrier, with the caster as the center, affecting a radius of 1,500 meters. Barrier Overlay Principle. When the opponent's barrier type is lower than the time barrier, the opponent's barrier effect is reduced by 10% to 90%. The reduction depends on the level of the opponent's barrier type. If the passage of time was reduced by 50%, then the original 10 seconds of invincibility was equivalent to 15 seconds. If the enemy's time was accelerated by 50%, it meant that the 5-second duration of rapid movement was reduced by half, which was 25 seconds, and the movement distance was reduced by half. Some skills that needed to be charged, if it originally needed 10 seconds to charge, after the passage of time was accelerated, it would take 15 seconds to charge. Liu Chan looked at the effects on his body in shock, his eyes full of shock. The effect of a time barrier. He finally knew what the Black Dragon was afraid of. It was afraid of the Divine Demon Protection and the Divine Demon Unity Barrier. The Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land made Liu Chan understand how perverted barrier-type techniques were. Fighting in other people's barriers would definitely increase the difficulty by several times. As a time barrier, the Divine Demon Unity Barrier's level was definitely very high. It could reduce the effects of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land, greatly reducing the effects of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land. Liu Chan was invincible for 15 seconds with the God and Demon Limitless Sword in hand. He also had the God and Demon Walk, and his attacks could be transformed into Heaven's Wrath. Even though Liu Chan only had 1 HP, he could still run and attack in the last 15 seconds. Black Dragon had no chance of winning. Therefore, when the Black Dragon saw Liu Chan pull out the Divine Demon Limitless Sword, he turned and ran. However, the Black Dragon did not expect that he would not die to the Divine Demon Protection and the Divine Demon Unity Barrier, but to Liu Chan's universal annihilation. Finally, Liu Chan took a deep breath. The damage to his body still made him feel exhausted. I'll have to trouble Little Green again this time. At this moment, the system sent a notification. Devouring the 9-clawed Black Dragon's corpse. An unknown weapon is repairing your body. Current progress, 10%, 20%. And Liu Chan blinked his eyes. Did he have another foodie? No, save a little fur ball first. Liu Chan had a flash of inspiration and summoned the little fur ball. I heard the Black Dragon say that you're called the Divine Demon Limitless Sword. Can you repair the little fur ball's body? A voice sounded. This little guy is too strong. I can't repair it, but heaven-devouring rat doesn't need to be saved. Just give it something to eat. Liu Chan was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that the sword could actually speak. Could it be the legendary weapon spirit? Happy that the little fur ball was so strong. Not only was it strong, but it also seemed to be easy to raise. Chapter 507. Did you see that? Is that the legendary 9-winged, 9-clawed Black Dragon? The 9-clawed Black Dragon's body was huge. As it fled, it entered the line of sight of the demons. The demons witnessed the fall of the Black Dragon with their own eyes, but they couldn't see who killed it. 9-clawed and 9-winged, it can't be wrong. It's an ancient dragon, but this one seems to be especially big. According to the stone tablet, an 800-meter 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragon is already a powerful overlord. This one is more than 1,000 meters long. 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragons are buried in the dragon necropolis, but they have long gone extinct. Why is there a living one here? The ancient dragon is resurrected. Is there really a treasure in the dragon necropolis? The dozens of demon experts narrowed their eyes. According to the stone tablet, the ancient dragon once ruled over 90% of the territory in the third heaven. One could imagine how powerful they were. It was said that the ancient dragon had an extremely powerful enchantment technique. In a one-on-one fight, they were almost invincible. Who could kill such a huge 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragon? Liu Chan finally had a chance to see the weapon in his hand. This sword was a little strange. The blade and hilt were half black and half white. There were shallow carvings on the blade, and there were 5 words on the hilt. Celestial Demon Limitless Sword. Hey, were you the one talking just now? Of course it was me. Is there anyone else here? The voice sounded again. So, you're the sword spirit? You're also the one who swallowed all my equipment? I'm the weapons spirit. If I didn't swallow your equipment, would you be able to defeat the black dragon? Besides, there's no loss in swallowing you. Lu Chan frowned slightly. Now, he was only left with clothes and treasures. All his belongings were this sword. Why doesn't the system recognize you? Lu Chun asked again. System? Oh, you mean the novice instructor program. Little friend, it's nothing. How can it recognize me? It can only detect some of my current actions. The artifact spirit's tone was not small. However, Lu Chun quite liked it. This sword might be on the same level as Furball. Oh, that's right. The nine-clawed black dragon, said that ordinary people would not be able to pull you out. However, when I pulled out the sword, it did not take any effort at all. You have the body of a god and a demon. You're a great variable in Jiuqian, and you happen to be compatible with my element. That's the first requirement. Secondly, you were able to pass through the 18th level of the astral wind belt. Your intelligence and strength are not bad. Most importantly, we're going the same way. On the way? Yes. A puny human actually dares to challenge the emperor of the nine-clawed black dragons. You must want to go to a higher realm, and I also hope that someone can bring me to break through the shackles of the nine heavens. Lucha nodded. It turned out that in order to obtain the recognition of the limitless fiend god sword's artifact spirit, there were still so many conditions that needed to be fulfilled. After gaining a general understanding of the limitless demon god sword, Lu Chun stepped on the sword and went back to pick up the cowherd and the group of little fellows. After passing through a few astral wind belts, Lu Chun saw the demon army outside the dragon tomb. Kid, why are there so many demons outside? They are waiting for us. The cowherd immediately became nervous. Lu Chun looked at the densely packed demon army and said in a deep voice, Junior Originator is with them. Let's go after picking up Junior Originator. This is the territory of the demon race, and we can't fight here for too long. Old man, it's not convenient for me to escape with you. How about no way? Again, the cowherd immediately understood what Lu Chun meant. That guy was going to use that trick again. Although it was not a glorious thing to be swallowed by this brat, the cowherd had no other choice at this moment. I really have to hand it to you. That little furball eats all day and night. Even your sword can swallow it, and even you. Okay, there's no other way now. Hurry up, don't digest me. Don't worry. This is just a special effect. It can't be digested. Lu Chun chuckled, opened his mouth, and swallowed the cowherd. After taking care of the cowherd and the other godly beasts, only Junior Originator was left. Lu Chun quickly obtained Junior Originator's vision. After locating Junior Originator, he used the Infinite Fiend God sword to rush out of the last hurricane belt. Triple Gate. A stone gate appeared in front of Junior Originator. Junior Originator jumped into the stone gate and teleported to Lu Chun's side. Putting away Junior Originator, Lu Chun was about to slip away when he was stopped by several demons. Who are you? How dare you come to the territory of the demon race to hunt for treasures? Did you kill the nine-winged and nine-clawed ancient dragon just now? Lu Chun smiled and said, Yes, it was me. What's wrong? As for who I am, forget it. I'm too lazy to pretend. I'm a human. A human? Don't you know this is the territory of the demon race? How dare you come to the territory of the demon race? Don't you know where you are? Lu Chun snorted and said, Is the triple heaven owned by your family? Who is the one who divided this territory? Treasures have always belonged to the capable. You've been here for so long. You can't get the treasures, but you don't allow others to? I'm not afraid to tell you that I didn't come to the triple heaven before. Now that I'm here, the territory of the triple heaven is invalid. The demons were shocked. What arrogance! A mere human dares to challenge the order of the third heaven. Who do you think you are? Even if you killed the nine-winged and nine-clawed bone dragon, it doesn't mean you could be the enemy of the entire demon race. Ha, what a joke. The weakest human being actually said the most arrogant words. Let me see which clan of the 5 major forces of the human race's juniors are so narrow-minded. Lu Chun looked at those demons indifferently and said, "You want to know who I am? Isn't that simple?" After that, Lu Chun showed his ID. For golden words appeared in front of everyone. Solipsistic. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Solipsistic? He's the wanted human. So it's him. No wonder he's so bold. It's really him? Then didn't he get the Heaven Punishment Tower and the Dragon Necropolis? He must have a lot of treasures on him. Kill him and gain both fame and fortune. Lu Chun looked at the crowd and snorted. You want to kill me and steal my treasures? Unfortunately, I don't have time today. Otherwise, I'd like to see what you demons are capable of. Triple Gate. The demon race experts from other regions had already rushed over. Seeing that Lu Chun was about to run, they all attacked. This guy has 2 treasures on him. We can't let him run away. Is the 1,000 Demons array set up? It's already set up. Good. Everyone, this person stole our demon race's treasures. However, his strength is not to be underestimated, and he has powerful treasures. We'll use the 1,000 Demons array to suppress him for now and wait for Marshal Tiaming's support. Everyone, please activate the 1,000 Demons array. It's my duty. Suddenly, all the demons released their spiritual energy at the same time. A spiritual web appeared in front of Lu Chun and covered the entire Dragon Necropolis. Lu Chun's triple gate failed and crashed into the spiritual web. Damn, this array is so strong. Lu Chun hurriedly retreated. The 1,000 Demons array covered a wide area. Lu Chun had never seen such a huge array. The array did not cause any damage. Lu Chun tried to use Obelisk to attack, but the spiritual web absorbed the attack instantly. Although the demons on the other side all lost a little blood, it seemed like the 1,000 Demons array reduced his damage and distributed it to all the demons. Kid, when our Marshal Tiaming comes, you'll die even if you have treasures on you. Just wait for your death. Chapter 508. No matter how high Lu Chun's damage was, if he were to distribute it evenly, each demon would not get much. This amount of damage was negligible. The demons had been watching the battle and had plenty of time to set up the formation. This was not surprising. What Lu Chun did not expect was that the demons were much more united than the humans. With a single command from a powerful demon, hundreds of thousands of demons would work together to protect the 10,000 demons formation. Fortunately, this formation covered such a large area. Naturally, it had its weaknesses. The 10,000 demons formation could only trap the enemy, but it could not attack. Lu Chun frowned as his mind raced. Since he could not leave for now, he would not leave. He would wait for the heavenly fate marshal to come and think of a way. Thinking of this, Lu Chun did not charge into the formation. Instead, he turned around and rushed through a few bands of astral winds to avoid the attack. He spat out Suing again and briefly explained the situation. The 10,000 Demons formation is a high-level formation that requires many demons to work together. It is almost impossible to charge out, Suing said seriously. Kid, what do we do now? Lu Chun did not panic at all. You already said that we can't leave. What else can we do? Let's rest first. I just fought with the Black Dragon. I'm actually quite tired. Suing was speechless. You are too calm. The heavenly fate marshal of the demons is even stronger than Dongfang Ji. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than a 9-clawed black dragon? More importantly, there must be more than one of them. Lu Chun shook his head. I know. I'm too lazy to fight. But tell me, do we have any other way out? Suing frowned. After thinking for a long time, he said, with our strength, we can't leave the 10,000 demons formation. That's right. Lu Chun continued to lean on the dragon bone. I hope the heavenly fate marshal of the demons will come soon. Not soon, Suing suddenly said. The demons are able to establish themselves in the third heaven. Other than their talent, the most important thing is the centralization of resources. What do you mean? They will use the most precious resources of the entire race to nurture the strongest with the most potential. All the heavenly fate marshals are the pillars of the Yao race. They use a lot of resources. Cowherd's understanding of the myriad races was not something Luchan could compare to. Of course, after using so many resources, those experts also need to work hard. They're in closed-door cultivation almost every day, so it's difficult for them to come out. Luchan frowned. How long do we have to wait? It won't take a year or so, right? Not even a year. I estimate that it will take 2 to 3 months for them to come out of seclusion and rush here from the Demon Clan's base camp. Luchan was dumbfounded. He wasn't afraid of the 10,000 races formation, and he had the ability to fight Marshal Tianming. However, being trapped for 2 to 3 months was just too disgusting. How unlucky. These guys must have been attracted by the Black Dragon. That Black Dragon, even if he dies, he still wants to harm me. Luchan had already experienced the 10,000 Demons formation's dynamic defense ability. There was no need for him to waste any more energy. Fortunately, the 10,000 Demons formation was a semi-solid defense formation. Luchan couldn't leave, and others couldn't enter. The Dragon Necropolis was very safe. After resting for 2 to 3 days, Luchan was really bored out of his mind. He began to wander around the cliffs, separated by the astral winds. "Kid, what are you doing?" Cowherd asked curiously. "Old man, what do you think is in the canyon below the astral winds?" Luchan explained further. "I originally thought that the astral winds would disappear once I got the treasure, but it turned out that the astral winds didn't disappear. Why would there be astral winds that can destroy the body from a canyon? Don't you think it's strange?" "It is a little strange, but the treasure map only shows one treasure," Luchan continued. "That's true, but not all treasures have a treasure map. Besides, even if there are monsters down there, I'm going crazy from being bored here." "Kid, don't tell me you're thinking of going down. It's too dangerous." Luchan smiled. "I was just thinking of going down to take a look. I have the godly demon Limitless sword, so it's not too dangerous. If I encounter something, I can at least escape." "Old man, I won't bring you down this time. I'll go down alone in the afternoon. If there's no problem, I'll come up and pick you up." The days of being trapped were particularly relaxing. At noon, Luchan went offline to accompany Lu Yi to a restaurant, shop, and even take an afternoon nap. After recovering, Luchan adjusted his condition and took out the godly demon Limitless sword. "Hey kid, wait a minute." Cowherd called out to Luchan and pushed a trade window over. "Old man, what are you doing? Let the Limitless sword swallow these items. I have no use for them. They'll end up in your stomach anyway." Soon, Cowherd was left with only his underwear left. "Old man, this isn't good." "What's not good about it?" "The Limitless sword's biggest advantage is that it can swallow equipment and inherit attributes. My equipment, other than the fact that I don't have any immortal equipment, is not worse than yours. It can add quite a lot of attributes." "Oh, I still have a few items in my bag. They're not for my class. I originally wanted to leave them for the youngsters on my planet. Now, I'll give them to you." Even the greedy Luchan felt a little embarrassed. "Don't be so wishy-washy. You'll be responsible for helping me in the future." Luchan smiled. What he said was true. To Luchan, these dazzling items, as long as he knew where they were dropped, wouldn't take long to farm them. "Old man, don't be naked. This set is for you." Luchan traded the Lord of the Night set to Cowherd. "I don't need it. This is good. It's cool." "You're cool, but it's not elegant. I'll give this to you. I still have 2 sets. Don't you only have 1 red set?" "I still have one, but it's a couple set. I'll wear it when I find a partner." Cowherd's eyes widened. Couple set? He had never heard of such a thing. On Cowherd's ship, the Lord of the Night set was quite energetic. On the other hand, Luchan was busy devouring the pile of equipment that Cowherd gave him. Devouring Beast Taming set, devouring God King shoulder pads, devouring giant crocodile leather boots, devouring beast heart leg guards, inherited attributes, and special effects. At the current level of devouring, the maximum number of equipment special effect that can be inherited is 30. You have exceeded the limit. The extra special effects will be retained, but cannot be activated or changed. They can only be activated after the level of devouring increases. 30 special effects already? Luchan didn't expect that he would have so many special effects in such a short time. Cowherd was a beast-taming master. Many of his equipment's special effects added beast taming. In fact, Lu Chun could use them as well. After all, he had many battle pets. It's a bit hard to choose. Old man, your special effects are quite good. This one increases the battle pet's maximum health, and this one strengthens the battle pet's attack power. TSK is so strong. Cowherd was looking at his new appearance and was quite satisfied. Of course, after being in the game for so long, it's fine if I don't have any celestial equipment. If my dazzling gold can't compare to others, then I'll have wasted my time. I've carefully selected all of my equipment. You can take your time to choose. I'll take a screenshot and save it. Lu Chun could only keep his head down and choose the special effects. After looking at it for a long time, he kept 7 or 8 good passive effects. Hurry up and feed the unbounded Sormore. Let it increase its devouring level. Otherwise, it'll be harder to choose when it eats more equipment in the future. After a while, Lu Chun was finally ready. Standing beside the cliff, Lu Chun took a deep breath. "Old man, I'm going down." Chapter 509. The abyss was deeper than Lu Chun had imagined. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Chun realized that the astral winds were getting stronger. "Limitless, can you block it? This little breeze is nothing. Stand firm." The black mist from the limitless sword enveloped Lu Chun, preventing him from being affected by the astral winds. Not long after, Lu Chun reached the bottom of the valley. Perhaps it was because of the astral winds, there was no vegetation at the bottom of the valley. The soil on the surface of the rock layer was blown away, revealing only the grayish-black rock veins. There was a huge crack in the ground, and the astral winds were blowing out from it, rushing straight to the sky. Because the air was erupting upwards, Lu Chun was safe at the bottom of the valley. "It's still safe here. You can't go into the crack. My current stage is still too low, so I can't guarantee your safety," the limitless sword's spirit said. Lu Chun came down to check the source of the astral winds, but it turned out to be underground. Without the protection of the limitless sword, he would not dare to go down. But since he came down, Lu Chun checked the surroundings. "There's nothing here." After checking carefully, Lu Chun did not find anything unusual. Instead, he found a tunnel that led to the internal testing area. It seems to lead to another astral wind belt. "All right, since I'm down, I'll take a look." The bottom of the valley was connected. Lu Chun checked it one by one. "There's nothing here." Lu Chun was a little disappointed. In front of him was the last valley near the Sky Marshal stage. He felt that there would not be anything special. "Limitless, do you know what's down there? It's caused by the celestial phenomenon when I descended. As for what it is and how it was formed, I'm not sure." "All right, since I'm here, I might as well check carefully." Lu Chun put away the limitless sword, shook his head, and continued walking. Originally, Lu Chun did not have much hope. But when he came out of the tunnel and saw the scene in front of him, Lu Chun was stunned. In the last canyon of the astral wind belt, a person was standing not far away. The man's clothes were ragged and his hair was disheveled. He sat cross-legged beside the stone wall, almost becoming one with it. If it weren't for Lu Chun's amazing eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed that there was someone sitting there. Even the ancient dragon clan would not be able to come to such a place. There was actually someone here? There were 2 possibilities. One was an expert trapped here, and the other was an NPC. Of course, Lu Chun already knew that NPCs were actually just higher-level players. They were just NPCs traveling in the lower heavens. No matter what the situation was, Lu Chun had to be cautious. He walked over cautiously, keeping a certain distance and being vigilant at all times. "Hey, who are you? Why are you here?" The man opened his eyes slightly, revealing a pair of shocked eyes under his white hair. Someone actually came down? And it's a human? Someone was coming down. Someone finally came down. Lu Chun blinked his eyes. It was indeed a living person, but he didn't seem to be in his right mind. "Who are you?" Lu Chun asked again. "Someone finally came, The man seemed to have lost control of his emotions. He didn't hear Lu Chun's question at all and muttered to himself, "When I was drawing the NPC mission, I won the Super Grand Prize." They all said that I was too lucky to be able to issue the strongest mission in the third heaven. I thought that my luck would change from an unknown passerby to a proud son of heaven. But who knew that after waiting for so long, not a single person came to accept the mission? I thought that I would have to wait for someone to change shifts, but no one won the grand prize. I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. Lu Chun frowned as he listened to the guy muttering to himself. Big brother, are you an NPC? Little brother, I've finally waited for you. You must accept my mission. Unlike other NPCs who hid their identities, this guy couldn't wait for Lu Chun to accept the mission. Lu Chun blinked his eyes. This guy was indeed an NPC, but he seemed to be unlucky to be tricked into issuing the mission in a place where no one could come. Those who came to the lower realm to be NPCs probably had good and bad jobs. For example, the job of the gatekeeper of the Sharaba. In a high-difficulty world, the business must be very good. The one in District 19 was more unlucky. He waited for a long time and no one came. So he was very enthusiastic when he saw Lin Huang. But compared to the one in front of him, the one in District 19 was definitely lucky. This one was so down and out that he was almost crazy. He was probably the most miserable NPC in the lower realm. However, Lu Chun wasn't qualified to care about the NPC's experience. He only cared about the mission now. Big brother, what mission do you have? If it's suitable, I'll accept it. My mission is a little difficult, but you have to know that the risk and the reward are proportional. I know. Let me see your mission first. Activate the legendary level hidden mission, Treasure of Heaven and Earth. Thousands of years ago, the spiritual chi of all things in the world gave birth to a treasure. When it was born, it caused a phenomenon in the world and attracted countless experts to fight for it. However, no one could obtain this treasure. Mission objective: obtain the treasure on the Sky Marshal platform. Mission reward: 30 immortal spirit pills, 1 immortal spirit pill formula. Lu Chun looked at the mission and fell into deep thought. This reward was definitely the best in history. 1 immortal spirit pill permanently added 1,000 spiritual energy. Even the golden chest in the Lesser Genesis layer only had 10 of them. The others were all immortal spirit pills that added 3 dimensions. They were not on the same level as immortal spirit pills. But this time, the mission reward was 30 immortal spirit pills. Not only that, but there was also an immortal spirit pill formula. This thing was amazing. Lu Chun didn't know how to refine pills, but he had Little Green. As long as Little Green's level increased, he could get more materials and let her refine them slowly. One formula meant countless immortal spirit pills. Seeing that Lu Chun didn't speak, the NPC looked at Lu Chun anxiously. Brother, I know this mission is very difficult. Sai, to be honest, if it was so easy, why would I wait here for so long? Lu Chun looked up and looked at the NPC strangely. But little brother, you can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. That's a treasure of heaven and earth. If it weren't for the fact that people from the upper heaven can't come down to fight for it, I'm afraid people from the upper heaven would go crazy and come down to the lower realm. Cherish this opportunity. I see that you can enter the astral wind belt. That means you can get close to the treasure. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Don't give up. Lu Chen's frown deepened. Can I accept this mission? The NPC thought that this kid felt that the mission was too difficult and didn't want to accept it. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Sigh, maybe I'm too impatient. How can a treasure of heaven and earth not be guarded by a powerful creature? Even if you pass through the astral wind belt, you might not be able to get the treasure. You might even lose your life. As an NPC, I have to remind you of this. The astral wind belt has already damaged your physical body. The treasure of heaven and earth must be even more dangerous. It's a rational choice for you to not accept it. You still have to consider it carefully. This NPC was actually quite righteous. He was already in such a miserable state, but he still remembered to remind Lu Chun to think carefully. Brother, you're right. The risk and reward are proportional. You've been unlucky for so long. It's time for your luck to change. After saying that, Lu Chun looked at the NPC with a smile. Then, Lu Chun clicked accept. Chapter 510. Young man, did you accept it? Yes. Lu Chun checked the mission carefully. The mission was already in the to submit status. Lu Chun was only confirming that there was no requirement to hand over the treasure to the NPC. After confirming that the mission only required him to seize the treasure and not take it back, Lu Chun chose to submit the mission. You. The NPC was shocked. What did you do? Submit the mission? Lu Chun looked at the NPC. Brother, you didn't need my elixir, did you? Of course not. That's not what I'm talking about. You, how could you? You've already gotten the treasure? How can I submit the mission if I don't get it? Lu Chun shook his head. For some missions, there were indeed situations where one could submit the mission directly after obtaining the mission item. I didn't expect there to be a mission here. Fortunately, I came down for a walk. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. 30,000 points of spiritual energy and a celestial elixir formula. Without this reward, it would be a huge loss. Then, can you let me see the treasure? Lu Chun thought for a moment and moved his fingers. A black and white sword hung beside him. Do you want to inspect the goods? The NPC stared at the godly demon Infinite sword with wide eyes. Half god, half demon. Heaven and earth will not tolerate it. There's no need to inspect the goods. The Joqian can't make such equipment. Lu Chun was stunned. Half god, half demon. Heaven and earth will not tolerate it? It seemed that the Infinite sword was not the only one who was half god. Wasn't he one too? Young man, that's great. I really don't know what to say. Oh yes, this is your reward. Obtain Soul Ancestor Elixir X30. Obtain Celestial Elixir Formula. Ha ha ha, awesome. Lu Chun was in a good mood after receiving a reward out of the blue. The NPC heaved a long sigh of relief. Even Lu Chun could feel his relief. The NPC looked up at the sky and closed his eyes slightly. After such a long wait, I've imagined countless scenarios of completing the mission, but I never dreamed that it would end like this. I'm finally free. All right, kid, my mission is complete. If there's a chance, I hope to see you again. I'm leaving now. Brother, wait a minute. Lu Chun suddenly stopped the NPC. There's a myriad tribes formation outside. Can you get out? Myriad tribes formation? That's right. When I was fighting for the treasure, I was fighting with a resurrected, nine-clawed black dragon, which alarmed the surrounding demons. They set up the myriad demons formation outside, so I came down here to take a look. It was also because of this that I met you. Ah, kid, perhaps this is fate. Fine, you've already obtained the treasure and completed the mission. Even if I bring you out, it won't be considered as helping you complete the mission. I'll just bring you along for a while. That's great. Oh, by the way, I have a friend up there. All right, I'll go with you. Cowherd was still admiring the new clothes that Lu Chun had given him. It's so cool. And this was worn by Mad God. We've struck it rich. Just as he was talking, two figures shot out from the bottom of the valley and landed in front of him. Cowherd looked at Lu Chun and the unkempt guy behind him in confusion. Kid, why you caught a barbarian? Not a barbarian. This brother is an NPC. I've completed his mission, and now he's leaving this place. He can bring us along. There's a myriad demons formation outside. The NPC seemed to have found a trace of the feeling he had in the past. He had completed his mission, and now his heart was filled with pride. He coldly snorted. A mere myriad demons formation can't trap me. Let's go, I'll bring you out. Kid, where did you say you were going? The human territory. All right, give me the coordinates. I'll bring you there directly. Lu Chun gave the NPC a rough set of coordinates. The NPC glanced at it and grabbed Lu Chun and Cowherd with both hands. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. The map was teleporting. Lu Chun was very sure that this brother came from a higher region. Not far ahead was a human city. The NPC glanced at it from afar and suddenly let out a long sigh. Humans. It was just two words, but seemed to contain countless sentiments and concerns. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Kid, get stronger quickly. This is not your battlefield. Your battlefield is in a higher region. I should go too. I hope to see you again." With that, the person disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cowherd looked at Lu Chun in shock. "Hey, how did you convince him to bring us out?" "I didn't really convince him. He felt that we were fated to meet. This is good too. I don't have to fight the Marshal Tian Ming of the Shifters." "Ha ha! Those shifters will be so depressed when the Marshal Tian Ming comes and finds out that we're gone." Cowherd laughed. Lu Chun smiled and walked into the human city with Cowherd. This city was called Maple Leaf City. It was considered a second-tier city in the human territory. It occupied a large area, twice the size of the City of Exiles. "Old man, what does a second-tier city mean?" A second-tier city is a city with a two-star organization. Because the two-star organizations are strong, the development of the city is very good. Look here, it's even bigger than the City of Exiles. The trading area is full of people. Cowherd hadn't been out for a long time. He looked around when he saw the endless stream of people. "Is the currency here gold coins or military merit points?" "Both. The most important resource is still military merit points, but you can also buy a lot of things with gold coins." "All right, kid, go take a look at the trading area. There might be equipment for sale." Lu Chun nodded. He wanted to buy equipment, but he also needed to buy a lot of herbs. Lu Yi refined pills to increase her alchemy level. The pills she refined were given to her ball to heal its injuries and help it grow. However, there was another problem. Lu Chun hadn't leveled up in a long time. He had been in the third layer of heaven for so long and had encountered thousands of races. Where could he find a place to level up, get equipment, or get orange monster cores? "Old man, is there no place to level up in the human territory? Where did you get your equipment?" "Of course there is. Speaking of which, a second-tier city would usually be close to a leveling area. However, there are too many wolves and not enough meat. The competition is usually very fierce." Lu Chun nodded. As long as there was such a place, it was fine. "Then it seems that we'll have to stay here for a while. There's no hurry to go to the trading area. Let's find a place to stay and then take a look at the leveling area. I won't buy anything that can be obtained." Lu Chun decided on a plan based on his stingy habits. There was an inn in the city. Lu Chun and Cowherd booked 2 rooms and paid a month's rent in advance. The two then headed to the leveling area. When they arrived at the leveling area, Lu Chun felt as if he had returned to the beginner's village. Xinyuan Instance Dungeon Team, missing 1 member. Title Marshal will lead the team. There are 7 more teams before it's our turn. Immortal Martial Beast, Tamer Marshal, or Puppet Master Marshal. Clear Mirror Lake Instance Dungeon, position 25. 3 military merit points. 20-man team, enter the chaotic plains. Only experts, martial and above, come. The human territory was small. If there was a leveling area, it would already be overcrowded. Lu Chun looked at Cowherd and smiled. "Hee hee, I can finally level up. Old man, let's go. I'll take you to get some equipment." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.